Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. I hope you guys are doing all right. My name is Jamal Thomas. I have a fantastic show for you today. Don't always have fantastic shows, but when I do, and today is going to be one of them. I even have a new guest for you guys today. We are going to have Dr. Wilmer Leon is a favorite of mine. And his numbers have been going up on the show, so that's even better for me because I like it when everybody's kind of on the same page. So Dr. Wilmer Leon, he's going to be on the show Koffi Kouakou. I don't think we've had Koffi on for a week or so it should be good to catch up with him. Russia's building nuclear power plants in the Sahel region, and you can imagine that is big news. I mean, for God's sake, was it Burkina Faso? They didn't even have roads per se. They did, but it was in a tiny percentage of the country. So the idea that liberating gold mines, and yes, I'm using the term liberation of gold mines, or for that matter, building nuclear power plants, those things are big deals. Also, I have another guest named Dr. Asad Zaman, or Zaman. I would verify with him when I talk to him, when he joins me. He is a Pakistani finance. I go with that, Pakistani finance. And he goes into this notion of the way that money is not included in economics, which sounds very bizarre, and that's kind of his point. It'll make more sense when we talk to him. Also, the one and only KJ No. KJ, he has to have seen, I haven't necessarily discussed it with him, but usually my guests are well informed. A Chinese warship fired a laser at a German spy plane that were surveilling the region around Yemen. Now, you could say whether this was Yemen or Gaza. I've heard both. KJ will be able to nail it down. I'm going to go with Yemen. And it blinded the plane to the point where they had to abandon their operation, and they complained. And of course, China doesn't care one iota that Germany complains. But I haven't necessarily seen China acknowledge that they've done this, even though the story seems to be completely true. Fascinating. It is a non-kinetic energy weapon that was effectively used to dismantle a plane flying around Yemen. Now, from my point of view, Yemen is doing God's work. Ansar Allah has just sunk a boat. I mean, for God's sake, and they're putting out promos of them sinking boats that were on their way to Israel. Considering Israel is committing a genocide and has murdered at least 100,000, if not more people, anything that prevents and inhibits the operation or capability of Israel to continue that genocide is God's work. God's work. This is Ansar Allah, again, doing a promo video. I guess it's not a promo. I guess this is an actuality video of them sinking this ship. It's amazing to me that everybody has a promo video. Men with guns. And of course, when he's walking with the gun up, that means that the boat has been captured and there's no more enemies or foes. Looking out at the sea, the Red Sea, and they show their guns. And then he goes to this, with them eventually sinking the boat. That is amazing. That is amazing. That is amazing. Everybody has a promo video. I'm fascinated by that. When Ukraine was doing their operation, if you remember, they had their video talking about how they were going to do their the offensive and everything else, and men with beards and thick necks screaming, Slava Ukraine or whatever the hell they were screaming. Well, they've just sunken a carrier going to Israel. Israel's not going to get that ship. So there's that. One of the things I want to hit before I start off is a monologue, and I guess I'll cut this as a specific monologue, and I'm divided on which one to go to because there are two that I want to hit. But I'll go to this one first. I do not know who this goofy fat man is who's complaining about Mandani. or I should say Mondani's wife's husband, because he has a very gorgeous wife. But this goofy guy, looks like a cartoon character, is making the argument comparing Mondani to David Duke, white supremacist David Duke. There's that, which I don't like, which is why I'm being very derisive towards this guy. But it's also making an argument that I've heard before that I want to get into, because the argument that he's making to me is the argument of why the left, anybody that considers themselves on the left from the standpoint of workers' rights, from the standpoint of the economic left of the political spectrum, should never vote for a Democrat. Should never vote for a Democrat. And yes, I understand that Mondani is running as a Democrat. Fair enough. You can make exceptions here or there when the person is an actual lefty. But I'm pointing out that you are not on the same side. We are not on the same team. Our objectives and goals in the political space is radically different. And because those objectives and goals are radically different, they are aware that they're different, which is the reason why they don't support you. They will use a collective we when they are trying to get you to vote for them or for some random candidate, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, or any random Democrat that they put up. But if you get into a position where somebody that you want, that you support, that you back, that is a true economic lefty, or at the very least comes across as a true economic lefty, gets in a prime position, they will do everything in their power to subvert and undercut you, and will do everything in their power to make sure you don't win. Go back to Chris Matthews, when Chris Matthews made that point of saying it is better for Donald Trump to win as opposed for Sanders to take it, because if Sanders takes it, he's going to take the party for a generation. And of course, we can't have that. We can't have nice things. We can't have people who are actually popular in the political space to win. We need people to win through our narrow lens of support that we as a Democratic Party agree with. And I'm saying, fair enough. Get them elected on your own steam. Don't come to us. Nor should you go to them for support. I don't care if Satan himself is on the other side of the political spectrum. That Democrat should fail. They don't back you. They don't back your priorities. They don't back your concerns. And again, when you have somebody like Mondani, who is very popular, extraordinarily so, and will most likely win the mayoral race, what do you get? You get a bunch of other Democrats who are unpopular jumping into the race, doing everything in their power to undercut him. You get Democrats in Capitol Hill. You get Democrats who are in New York itself doing everything in their power to make sure he doesn't win, including putting out documents saying, hey, we should vote for whoever's the popular Democrat by November. Okay, dude, you've had a primary. You've had a Democratic primary. He won. But now you don't want to give him your support. Hence, we are not on the same side. We're not on the same side. I don't know who this goofy guy is, but I'm going to let him make his case, because his case is effectively my case.
He is a target-rich candidate, Mondani, as target-rich as any candidate that we have seen of this sort since David Duke. Remember, 1990, the Republican Party en masse, David Duke wins the Louisiana gubernatorial primary, is far and away, given the shifting politics of Louisiana at the time, a generic Republican candidate would have run away with that race. The entire institutional Republican Party turns on Duke, right? The President of the United States says, do not vote for the Republican. The Republican President of the United States said, do not vote for the Republican candidate for governor in Louisiana. He is a racist. He is a monster. And I withdraw the Republican umbrella from over his head. And Duke lost. One Democrat, as far as I can tell, has so far said he should not win, and that is John Fetterman. We've had Democrats say, I don't like the sound of this, and I don't like the feeling of that, and I'm a little troubled by this, and I'm a little troubled by that. And he is in Democratic terms, not much different. Why? Because David Duke's a Nazi, so of course no one should be a Nazi. Well, no one should be a Stalinist either in the United States, or a supporter of a terrorist group that has murdered Americans in the last 2 years. But remember, he is a supporter of Hamas, and Hamas murdered Hersh Goldberg Poland among others, in the tunnels under Gaza as he was about to be rescued.
He's getting the democratic rehabilitation process that every member.
So he is a terror supporter. He's being compared to David Duke, effectively what he considers to be a Nazi. And that is breathtaking. I don't know who Jelloman is in this situation. He is saying things that are just outlandish. And you have to think that he's saying these things that are outlandish. If he is a Nazi supporter or a Hamas supporter or whatever the hell he wants to say at this point, Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of people in the worst, disgusting ways that a person or that a country could do such. They are literally committing a genocide. And to support Palestine, in his mind, is the same thing as supporting, quote unquote, terrorism. Or I would make the argument, resistance to the fact or the people who are committing that genocide. That is an astonishing thing. From my understanding, Mandani supported the Palestinian cause. And in his mind, just like in the mind of Zionists and genocidal supporters, that is a testament to somehow supporting what happened on October 7th, or that is a testament to supporting, I guess, the killing of Jews. He's out of his damn mind. He's out of his mind. This is once again chum thrown in the water in order to undercut a popular candidate. I don't know if Fat Man realizes it, but the overwhelming majority of the people in this country at this point, even a majority of Republicans, don't agree with the genocide. They disagree with the murdering and the starvation of children, the murder of women, the shooting, the raping of people on camera. I could show you videos of them raping people on camera. I could show you videos of Parliament debating whether rape should be okay, with the majority of the population in Israel saying it should be allowed. I don't know what his fat ass is talking about. The fact of the matter is his main issue is that there is a popular candidate that he is calling a Stalinist, which again is rather astonishing. I've never heard Mandani say anything about Stalin one way or the other, let alone saying that he supported Stalin at all. And yet, here we are. This puts me in the mind of the people saying Donald Trump is going to put Liz Cheney up against the wall and shoot her in the face. It's desperate. It's deranged. And on some level, it gets across my point that you are not on the same side. These are people who are out of their minds. They are trying to protect a political party, a political system that should die. The Democratic Party is trash. It is a party that should die. I'm saying it flat out. It is in this country's best interest if the Democratic Party hits his head on the hardest corner of a particular room and falls into a very lighted corner, chokes on its own blood, and we watch dispassionately as it gurgles and rivals and writhes around and clings to some sort of help, and we should watch dispassionately as it breathes its last and as his heart stops. The world would be better off. This country will be better off. And at that point, hopefully, a workers' party or a party that is representative of America, representative of American workers, the overwhelming majority of all of us, is able to ascend. He is everything that the Democratic Party represents. And my point is that in the same way that they make these notions of we when they are running for office. If you had a Cuomo running for office, he wouldn't be there. All of those grandmas like Cuomo got killed. You think he'd be complaining about it? No, he won't be complaining about it. He wouldn't be complaining about it at all. He'd be perfectly and totally in support. His issue is that Mandani is a social democrat. For all intents and purposes, he's an FDR Democrat. His issue is that Mandani actually doesn't just kowtow to a foreign government that is committing a genocide and that just goes along, we're going to Israel. Okay, dude, I live here. My representation is here. I'm here to represent the people of New York. That's what I'm here to do. Full stop. That is his issue. His issue is that Mondani is not the typical third way trash Democrat that is typically festers and infests the Democratic Party. At some point, the Republican Party, or let's say moderate Republicans, took over the Democratic Party several decades ago, and they've moved further and further to the right. And when they are now dealing with somebody who is actually popular and is actually what you would think a party that is trash, and the perspective of the public of that party is trash, would want, because of his level of popularity, you get trash comments like that. You get trash comments like that. My point is very basic. We are not on the same team. We are not on the same page. If they are using the collective we, that is a scheme to get you to vote for them, while simultaneously, if indeed a candidate that is further on the left or is on the left as a workers' lefty gets elected, they will not support him, they will not support you, and they will do everything in their power to destroy you. It is a scheme, it is a trick, it is something to be avoided. If the Democratic Party wants some rando Democrat to get to ascend, let them do it on their own mind. It is not something we should be involved in. Let them fail. The party needs to die. Let me go to my guests. I see him in the background. We are joined with my man, Dr. Wilmer Leon. Dr. Wilmer Leon is always one of my favorite guests. He's a radio host, political scientist, and nationally syndicated columnist. His show is Connecting the Dots. It takes place on YouTube. He also has another show on Sirius Radio. And I never
Inside the Issues.
Thank you. Inside the Issues. And I'm going to write that down right now so I can put that in my notes. Professor, how you doing, my man? You doing okay today?
I'm doing well. Thank you. As always, I'm always humbled when you call, because I have the utmost appreciation and respect for you and what you do and how you go about doing it. So being able to be a part of this for me is always humbling. Thank you.
Humbled is far too strong, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess if I have to start anywhere, I want to start with Epstein. I don't want to linger on Epstein. I want to get to another issue. But this is turning out to be a cluster F for the Trump administration. How it started. This is Kash Patel. Listen to Kash Patel for a moment. And it went from this.
News this morning about that. I got to get to that. Yeah. You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Yeah, because of who's on that list. Agreed, Kash Patel. So why now is Kash Patel defending and protecting pedophiles who are effective? What did he call them? Pederasts?
Pederasts. I was not familiar with that word.
I'm not familiar with that word either, right? Fair enough. I'll go with it. Pederasts. Why is Kash Patel now throwing his body to protect pedophiles? Or Donald Trump throwing his body to protect pedophiles? One last thing before I let you give me your take on this. Nobody believes, by the way, that there's nothing to see here, folks. Everybody believes that the Trump administration is burying that list. I suspect because there's one particular name on that list that they don't want to come out. But whatever, let's put that to the side for the moment. Nobody believes that Epstein, that there's nothing to see here. Everybody believes that this is a cover-up. And you get people like Alex Jones, who looked like he was about to off himself the other day, when Trump effectively was like, yeah, we're not going to put out the list.
You go ahead.
So Trump is
Sure. First, to back
directly,
up on that, in February, I did an interview on
God
Fox,
damn it, I
and
hate
it's
when
been
this
getting a
happens.
lot of attention
There's a bug
because
in
I
Twitter.
said, I was asked.
Let me try to do this again. I have to restart it. Trump was finally asked directly about this. Because, inevitably somebody was going to say, well, Trump, dude, you said that you were going to release this list. Why aren't you releasing this list? We know that you were friends with Epstein going back for decades, but we're not going to bring that up. We're just curious why you don't release the list. This is Trump's response.
That's some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did.
Mm-hmm. That right there is
years.
the
You're
smoking
asking-
gun.
We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
And he passes it off to his pretty little liar, Pam Bondi.
Mhm.
Does that dispel all of your suspicions? I mean, the president of the U.S. effectively saying, hey, why are you desecrating this moment? Bringing up Epstein. It was only yesterday that they came out and said there's nothing to see here, folks. Give me your thoughts on this. That's astonishing. Give me your thoughts.
Well, it's just more of the same. What we have really come to understand about Donald Trump is that he will say anything in the moment. He is such a transactional individual. All that matters is the moment. What will get me out of the moment? Or what do people want to hear in the moment? Reality is irrelevant. Honesty is irrelevant. Kash Patel, the now head of the FBI, told us when he told us there was a list. Pam Bondi told us there was a list.
Yes.
Anybody that would have any modicum of understanding of how somebody like Epstein would operate would have to know there's not a list. In fact, let me try to set this. There's not a list. There's a book. There's look, folks. This would be a list, okay? This would be a list. No. There's not a list. There's a book. This is a book. Okay? So one of the things that and I go through that for as silly as that is, and you all know by now how silly I can get. Because words matter.
Yeah.
So it would not surprise me if tomorrow a book falls out of the sky and then Donald Trump says, well, I didn't say there was a book. I said there wasn't a list.
Right. All right.
That's how this guy operates. And I'm embarrassed that I would actually start thinking like this guy. Is he in it? I don't know. But I can guarantee you, if he's not in it, there are people not only that he knows, but people that he's very close to. Maybe Don Jr.'s in it. Maybe Eric's in it. Maybe whatever her name is. Ivanka. No, what's his wife's name? Whatever her maybe she's,
I never remember. I always
maybe
get
she's
it wrong.
in the damn book. I don't know. I don't know. But there are people. He is protecting people, and not just somebody's. And when we've known for years that Epstein is intelligence, and for those that may be wondering, and I think for those that may be wondering, Epstein's job was basically to entice individuals by appealing to their most base desires and then filming them, recording them, documenting them for later leverage.
Yes.
That's and because now here's one of the interesting things. Where is what's her name on this? Where is Epstein's assistant? Where is what's the woman's name?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Where is she in this?
She in jail.
Well, no, but I mean, nobody's called her. You know, get Ghislaine Maxwell on the line. You know, how come she has not been able to leverage this? And so there's a book. There's a book in a safe deposit box in some bank somewhere. It might be on a hard drive, it might be on a thumb drive, it might be but oh no, it ain't a list, it's a book.
Yeah. And just to back that point up, I remember when this first came out, it's amazing how people forget so fast. And maybe it's that he was linked to Israeli intelligence, right?
Well, that's why I brought her name up. Because her father was Mossad.
What is Jordan Maxwell? I believe his name is.
Her father was Mossad. And Mossad runs in the family.
And right here, Acosta, who was questioned, hey, why did you get this? What did it call? Pedest?
Pederists.
Why did you get this pedest? Such a light sentence. That I've never heard of that word. Fair enough. That is the funniest thing in the world to me. Why did you give this pedophile such a light sentence? And he says, right here, is the Epstein case going to cause a problem for me during the confirmation hearing? So this was basically when they were trying to get Acosta confirmed, they were asking him, is this going to be an issue?
Mm-hmm.
It says, is the Epstein case going to cause problems for the confirmation hearings? Acosta had been asked. Acosta had explained breezily, apparently, that back in the day, he had just one meeting on the Epstein case. He cut the non-prosecution deal with one of Epstein's attorneys because he, quote, had been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. He told his interviewers in the Trump transition, who evidently thought that this was a sufficient answer, and went ahead and hired Acosta. Now, I don't know why they thought that was a sufficient answer. I mean, even if you tell somebody, okay, with their intelligence, the moment that you tell the public that, the public is not going to care about that. But whatever. I'm pointing out that that's what Acosta told. That's what Acosta said. I gave the pedophile, which you can imagine prosecution has no vested interest to do. Meaning, I don't believe for a moment it's in the interest of the prosecution to give a pedophile a sweetheart deal. But I gave this pedophile, this apex predator, a sweetheart deal because I was told he was intelligence, this to leave it alone. All of that is forgotten. All of it is ignored. All of the witness statements from the women who came out and said, I was raped X number of times over the course, for days, and that there were so many girls that were trafficked there. Prince Andrew's losing his ability to sweat because he was in a war. All of this stuff is apparently just forgotten. That's amazing to me. How do they sweep this under the rug? When I used to be at the radio station, I used to ask, where are the Johns? I've been asking that for 3 years. Where are the Johns?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently the Trump administration is saying there is no spoon. There are no Johns. That's amazing.
Well, first of all, I looked it up, and a pederast is or pederasty is a relationship between an adult male and a boy. So there is a pedophile is the relationship between an adult and a child. Pederasty apparently has to do with the relationship between an adult male and a boy. So
why is he assuming that these are just men or boys?
That's my next point, is why was that term specifically used, unless the person using the term did not understand the strict definition of the term. And, you know, so when Acosta is told that Epstein is intelligence, and he's telling this to the Trump interviewers, maybe Netanyahu's on the list. Don't know. Maybe that's why Netanyahu flew to the White House Monday. You know, to oversee, to be sure, hey Don, you know, my behind is already in a sling. And so I mean, and this is not an accusation. I don't know.
Right.
But I think I've said this on the show before. Folks, all you have to do is ask yourself, does what they're telling you make sense? And the answer is no. This does not. How does a man who's supposed to be on suicide watch not get watched and then commits suicide? I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
And just for the audience, as a refresher, if you remember, he was put into a cage with this Herculean cop, this Hulk type cop that had murdered four people,
operative, I believe.
Well, and buried four people in his backyard, apparently.
Right.
They said that he tried to commit suicide quietly, which is the fascinating thing to me. Now, to be fair, I have no experience committing suicide or seeing people commit suicide, so I don't know if they try to be very quiet when they do so. But Taglioni, I believe his name is, apparently slept through Epstein trying to off himself with a thing. All right, they put him in suicide watch. 2 guards went narcoleptic. 2 cameras were broken. Apparently, they found 1 camera, and they had 11 hours of footage or whatever, how many hours of footage, supposedly, that we have to take their word for it, is the video footage watching that particular cell. And like, this seems like a large series of coincidences. Now, in the words of Garrett on Star Trek, coincidences exist. I believe in coincidences, but I don't trust coincidences. I agree with you. They're asking you to swallow a lot. And look, I don't know if Trump's name is on that list.
I don't either.
But he's been friends with Epstein for decades. And we're supposed to believe that Trump knew nothing about Epstein's predilections, despite the fact that Trump at one point said he's a great guy. He likes women, he likes them young, which means that Trump on some level had some
predilection.
Either he knew,
predisposition.
Yes.
Propensity.
Yes. So I'm not saying
tendencies.
So I'm not saying Trump's name is on that list. I'm just saying it's very weird that they're asking you to swallow this. And look, man, even MAGA is like, you asked us to swallow a lot, dog. You asked us to swallow a lot of this.
And if I could also, for a point of clarity, for those who may not understand, suicide watch does not mean we're going to watch you commit suicide.
Right.
That's not what it means.
All right.
When they put you on suicide watch, it doesn't mean we're going to sit in our little control room with multiple screens and multiple cameras from multiple angles and watch you commit suicide. That's not what that means. At least that's not what it's supposed to mean.
Not typically, no.
No.
The most high-profile prisoner.
Oh, and by the by, don't forget, we have photographs. There are photographs of Donald Trump at some of these gatherings with Epstein, right? And women of varying ages, sizes,
Dancing around.
right?
Dancing around. Hanging out.
Hand on buttocks. Hand closely on buttocks. I'm not making that up. Since the prince is involved, then we must change our tone and clasping buttocks. Yes, I've seen the photos. That's all I can tell you. As most of us have seen the photos.
Man, all the excuses.
Mhm.
Just think, when Prince Andrews did that interview, and you know what? That interview that Prince Andrews did is so illustrative of something. Like, there's a level of impunity that goes along with this level of wealth, where I guess in their minds you can get away with anything. I mean, for God's sake, the guy had an entire island for pedophilia.
Entitlement.
Yeah. And he does an interview. You would think that somebody would say, hey, don't do that interview. Like Paul Mooney, one time, we were at a concert, my ex-wife and this woman was sitting in front with this wild hairstyle. And Paul Mooney looked at her with all the love in the world and said, baby, nobody loved you enough to tell you not to come out the house looking like that.
I've seen that. Right? It's called
My point is, nobody told Prince Andrews, hey, I know you're a prince and you think, you're entitled and people kiss your ass all the time. Don't do that interview.
Right.
I mean, he made the argument when, I think it was Virginia Giuffre, she made the point of saying the amount of sweat, like he was sweating buckets or something like that. He sweat like the superhuman way, like he was an X-Man. And he said, I lost the ability to sweat. He said, when I was in the war, I was so scared that my sweat glands overreacted and I just lost the ability to sweat. And it's like, when you have to say that, you shouldn't do the interview. But that's what I mean, right? Like, it's very possible. No, go ahead.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. But I'm saying, in their circle, they may just deal with people who they pay. It's kind of like Elon Musk getting beat up at the White House. He was dealing with somebody who he wasn't paying, and the person didn't accept Elon Musk pushing him, and the guy punched him. Like, they're
blamed
dealing
it on his son.
Right. Right. He blamed it on his
He said, my son hit me.
My baby boy punched me.
Punched me in the face.
Yeah. I'll let you close it on this before I move to the other one. This is outrageous, though. I mean, Tucker Carlson is flipping out. I'm talking to Sager, and he's like, it was supposed to be thousands of women, thousands of kids that were raped. And now they're telling us there's nothing to see here. Let's move on. And Tucker is like, he says, I'm not calling for a revolution, but if there's a revolution that needs to be had, it needs to be had over this. Like, you've got Tucker Carlson calling for a revolution.
Somebody, and I don't say this flippantly, as my father would say. I don't say this flippantly, and I don't say this in jest. Those 1,000 women, there needs to be a protest in front of the White House. All of those victims need to assemble in front of the White House.
Yeah.
And say, and with signs that just have numbers on them.
Oh man. Yeah.
And hey, I'm number 782. I'm number 973. Yes, there was a list. But again, it was a book. It's not a list.
This is what I was about to correct you. I was about to say, Dr. Leon, I'm sorry, it wasn't a list, it was a book. But you caught yourself.
Well, I'm channeling my inner Jamal Thomas. So anyway.
Yeah, man. I am blown. That's mind blowing. That's a betrayal. That is betrayal.
See, but this is, look, what was it called? PCAS? What is the organization that Bush started that Trump has canceled that was providing assistance to, what's it called? To African countries? I think it came under USAID.
I'm not sure.
Let me see if I have it here. PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR. And Donald Trump has canceled PEPFAR. And so now you have, thousands of people that were receiving AIDS assistance and medication and so on and so forth that nobody's really talking. There are just so many things that this guy is doing that are so detrimental to the world. This is just another, unfortunately, this is just another blip on the radar screen.
Go into that for me. I mean, look, I've always, even growing up, it was clear that Republicans were depraved in regards to their notions of humanity. I remember Ron Paul, and I like Ron Paul, actually, but I remember Ron Paul was on the debate stage, and they made this point of saying, okay, well, you don't think people should get health care. And so what do you think they should do? And the audience, the Republican audience, screamed, let them die on the streets. You could hear it on camera as they were screaming, let them die. Okay, that's pretty insane as a civilization. Where do you think that comes from? I mean, I guess you could say some people are just depraved. No, please.
Well, it comes from the same mindset that the Democrats have and displayed at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago when they would not allow a Palestinian on stage to speak about genocide.
Yeah.
Genocide. They ignored genocide. It's this because, and where does that come from? It comes from the othering of the dehumanization of those that are not like moi. You're not like me. You're not human as I am. Hence the whole creation of the false construct of race.
Yeah.
The construct of race was created in order to assist in the othering of Africans so that their enslavement could be rationalized. If all humans are created in the image of God, then how can I, as an alleged Christian, brutally turn someone from a human to property? Oh, I know the answer. They're not human. If you go back to the Virginia slave codes in the late 15th century in Virginia, one of the questions put before the court. If I had a minute, I could pull up the quote, but the point is, what happens to the circumstance of a baptized slave? Does baptizing a slave change, and I'm using the terminology of the time, does that change the circumstance of the individual? The answer is no. You just have a baptized slave. Well, if you're supposed to be Christian and someone accepts Jesus through the process of baptism, that person then is supposed to be a Christian. So I just use that as one data point to support the argument that the answer to your question comes from an unfortunate age-old mindset in this country, whether it was from the colonial period or to today.
Yeah.
The othering. Miko Peled will tell you that when he was in school in Jerusalem, when he was in elementary school in Jerusalem, he was taught as part of the formal education process that Palestinians were not human beings. They taught that to Israeli children the same way white children in this country were taught Black people were less than human. The same way women in France were told in World War I that Black soldiers had tails. It's all part of the same sickness. It's all part of the same psychosis. Hence, there is no list. There are no victims. It's all part of the same. It's COVID. It's all part of the same disease.
But see, some of that stuff can be categorized as self-interest. Like, meaning, I don't
say again. Say it again.
Very rarely do I believe people honestly believe their ideology. Oftentimes, I think it boils down to self-interest.
Okay.
And ideology just gives them justification for the self-interest. Hence, because you're right. If indeed, Black people are somehow less of God and you baptize them, well, that should make them a child of God. But it doesn't, because in reality, we need them to be slaves. Like the self-interest always comes through. The ideology is just kind of the fig leaf to allow that self-interest to come through. Same thing with the Palestinian at the DNC.
Well, wait a minute, quickly to that point,
please.
But I haven't thought this through, so I could be as wrong as the day is long. But I think, see, at some point, when you initially tell the lie, I think you're right. But once that lie gets repeated and becomes a part of the ethos of the culture, it's no longer ideology. It's now part of your belief system. Children grow up believing, white kids grew up believing that Black people were inferior. That wasn't part of the child's ideology. That was part of the child's fundamental belief system. So hence, when you tell a lie long enough, it eventually becomes truth. I'm making the point, at some point, it stops being ideological. And in the mind of the individual, it becomes factual.
But in case of Democrats, they didn't want that Palestinian on stage for self-interest reasons.
All right. I'm not debating that point. I'm just saying that when you tell the lie long enough,
I agree.
It moves out of the realm of ideology and starts to become, in the mind of the recipient, it starts to become fact.
Of the masses, yes.
Yes.
Get the sense, though, that people at the top, they know. They know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, meaning, like 3 a.m. between them and their God, they know. This is the James Baldwin thing, right? He said, that's a man. He always knew that was a man. We were always integrated.
And to Baldwin, I am projecting my own lack of sense of self-worth onto you.
Yes. Baldwin was fantastic, Moni.
Was a beast.
God, man, some of those speeches in his rhetoric. I guess my thing is, and I guess you did answer it, it's the othering. Even, like, to me, it is a hallmark of a civilized country for everybody to have healthcare. Mm-hmm. Like, that's just kind of, we're a better country when people are educated. We're a better country when we have high-speed rail, when we are a shining city on the hill, in the truest sense of the word. That's not the way they think. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because you brought up the Trump thing, where he's cutting the service for weather, cutting drugs going to other countries, cutting $1 trillion off Medicaid in order to give tax cuts to his cronies. Like, these cuts are going after the poorest, cutting SNAP benefits, meaning cutting the things that make a society a society. And in his mind, we're doing fantastic. I don't think that's the case, though. I mean, in fact, I would argue that Donald Trump himself, the humiliation that he is indicative of a rot in the society.
Absolutely.
In a way that,
he's not.
That wasn't what I wanted to go to. But
he's not the causation. And this is where I think a lot of people make a huge mistake. by getting swept up in this Trump mania, in this Trump insanity. Donald Trump is not the causation. He is the culmination.
Yeah.
And folks really need to understand this. The United States has been heading down this track, for the sake of simple memory, since the Reagan administration. Donald Trump is the culmination of Ronald Reagan. And you can throw Bill Clinton in there, moving with the Democratic National Committee, or the Legislative Council, the Democratic Legislative Council, and Al Gore, and all of those Reagan Democrats. You can throw Barack Obama in that mix. You can damn sure throw Joe Biden in that mix. They are all part of the same horrid story. They are different chapters in the same book.
I think it's like a human body. And I often think of society like a body, because you know, it's just
the body politic.
Beings. But I think what happens is, it's kind of like if you eat cheeseburgers and ding dongs for 30 years. Mm-hmm. I know that sounds weird, but
I know where
the body gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker.
As the body gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, 30 years later, oh my God, my knees hurt, my back hurts, I'm slumped over, I got cancer.
And a heart attack.
And it's like,
and clogged arteries.
And you have a heart attack.
Right.
Whereas you almost have to maintain your political system. And I say that in the sense of, okay, so we are going to cut taxes on the wealthy. We're going to go from 99% to 70% to 30%. And I think we're like 35% now. So the public has to take on that burden. We're going to strangle government in a bathtub. We're going to do all of these things where we're going to cut resources from society itself. And society suffers. And there's a response to that. I think you get people who are, nuts. And they think they bring somebody like Trump in because they want to shake their fist at the political system. Meaning, I think you move yourself in a worse and worse direction in the same way a person can move themselves in a worse and worse direction in a physical sense. Give me your take on that. I mean, or am I overplaying the body analogy?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because I think you have to look at your political system. You have to look at your political process as an organism. It is a living, dynamic organism. And you can either feed it nutrients and it will grow and thrive, and it will resist existential threats, or you can feed it garbage. And when you start feeding it garbage, it then turns inward and starts to feed upon itself. And that's where so part of the problem, again, this is why I keep going back to the point that Trump is not the cause, he's the culmination. Yeah. You don't have the rise of a Donald Trump without the complicity of the Democrats. Donald Trump did not just spring out of the ground whole cloth, especially in the 2024 election, because we knew what we were getting in 2016.
Yes.
And then he lost in 20. Right? Was that right? Yeah. He lost to Joe Biden. Right.
He lost.
He lost in 20. But the Democrats did not offer anything substantive. They offered, to stick with your analogy, they offered no nutrients.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris was not healthy to the organism. And the organism rejected that. Whether it was voting for Trump, or whether it was deciding not to vote, or whether it was voting Jill Stein or Dr. West, the organism rejected it. And so now we're left sick. Now we're sick. As if your democracy is an organism, your democracy. And now what does he want to do? What is the IRS now saying? That churches can be political,
Yep.
right? Following and that's following on the oh shoot, I always forget the name of the case.
It's like Second Amendment. I mean, not Second Amendment, the separation of church and state. Yeah.
No, because that's not in the Constitution. That was just an explanation by Thomas Jefferson about why. But not shoot, the corporate case that that corporations are humans and are people, and corporations
are people too, my friend.
Right. You know the case I'm talking about.
I know the case. I know the thing, right? Because they're two, but everybody
begins with an S.
It'll come to me.
Right. So see all of that, those are just drops of poison into the organism. And now those drops of poison are consuming the organism because Democrats have been bought off by AIPAC and other entities, other lobbyists and other interests, such as Lockheed Martin and the military industrial complex. They're now bought off by the same benefactors that have bought off the Republicans, and that's now why they're two wings on the same bird. And that's why we can't fly anywhere, because they're on tilt.
They're on tilt. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know I don't know a way around that in a capitalistic system. Because, the catch is with the US, if you say, okay, well, we're going to teach government in class. And I think we should. I mean, because otherwise you have a political system that the public is just disconnected from.
Exactly.
Like you almost need an ideological framing in schools for kids to be involved in government and politics in a way that's in their interest.
Let me say this really quickly. I think this point is very, very important. If the Democrats were serious about change, a huge part of their message would be, what is government supposed to do? Very simple question.
Yeah.
What is government supposed to do? And they would explain it, because you can explain it in 3 or 4 sentences. And based upon those 3 or 4 sentences, they would then be providing policies that explain or demonstrate to the American people, we've told you what government is supposed to do. We've given you the roadmap, and here's how we're going to get you there. We're going to get you there through single payer. We're going to get you there through healthcare for all. We're going to fund our education. But Donald Trump told you he loves the uneducated. And he told you that for a reason. He told you, I love the uneducated. And I think that was just an offhanded quip that he stumbled upon and realized, because when he said it, what did the stupid people do? Thank you. You have now justified my stupidity. And it started with Sarah Palin.
Yes, it did. People don't remember that, but yes, it did.
Yes, it did. Sarah Palin. Now, some might tell you it started with George W. Bush. But
maybe
looking at the level of idiocy now, we wax nostalgic and poetic about boy, if we could just get back to the good old days of W. But Sarah Palin made stupidity fashionable, chic, because she's still a very attractive woman. Wears designer. Wears designer stuff. Remember those big glasses and all that kind of? She made stupidity chic.
I was going to say in vogue, but chic works better.
Same thing.
Chic works better.
Hence, connecting the dots. That's what I do. Connect the dots.
No, I agree with you. I agree with everything you just said. I agree with everything you just said. I do not know how to get off this escalator. So I guess we're going to ride it till the wheels fall off. One last thing before I let you go.
Yeah.
Netanyahu is in the United States.
Yeah.
Now, this is fascinating to me on so many levels. Reuters is reporting right here. They're effectively saying that Netanyahu is agitating for another war with Iran, not acknowledging, or maybe acknowledging, maybe he knows it in his heart of hearts. Like I said, 3 a.m. between him and his God, maybe he knows it, that Donald Trump had to throw his body on Israel to protect it the first time around because Israel was coming apart at the seams. For one, they were spending so much money that they were going bankrupt. The economy had eventually stalled, so the economy wasn't even running at that point. To make it even worse, they were running out of air defense missiles because I think they used 20 years worth in 12 days. And the US, they were taking damage in a way that they had never taken before and that they could not sustain. And so Trump had to come in, attack Iran, giving almost kind of a stop. You're wrecking my colony. You're wrecking my client. And Iran did their own theatrical flourish at the end, and they called it a day, and they stopped. Now, Netanyahu, who's been getting weapons from the U.S. ever since it stopped, hand over fist, is now pushing and agitating to resume the attacks. Now, obviously, what he wants in this is the U.S. to effectively bail Israel out and fight a war on Israel's behalf. Trump doesn't seem to want to carry that bag. I think Trump was perfectly okay if Israel could carry it alone and overthrow the Iranian government. But when it became clear that that wasn't the case and that the U.S. would have to actually fight that war, well, Donald Trump didn't want 30,000 body bags coming back to the U.S. That wasn't something that his stomach could tolerate. I find this, I'm fascinated by the divergent point of view between these two in this. Netanyahu has already shown proof of concept that it can get the United States dragged into a war in Israel. I'm saying dragged, but at the very least get the U.S. the green light and get the U.S. to come to its rescue when it gets in over its head in a war in this way. Give me your thoughts on this. Do you think that Trump is going to be goaded into this? I mean, somebody told him the first time around that it was going to be successful. It wasn't. Do you think the blinders have been pulled from his eyes, or do you think, no, let's try it again? What are your thoughts on this? I'm fascinated by this inability to recognize that they lost.
Well, I take somewhat of an issue with your framing this in the context of personalities, because I don't think it's Netanyahu and Trump. It's the United States and the Zionist settler colony called Israel.
Agreed.
And so we're not really dealing so much with what does Donald Trump think, because he doesn't. What we're looking at as we're looking at Donald Trump as the vessel of American Zionist policy.
Agreed.
So because anybody that has any level of sense would look at what just transpired and say, y'all need to let this go.
Yeah.
Enough. You just got thumped. Look, I read a piece yesterday that says that the United States is down to 25% of its THAAD. I think it's THAAD. If it's not THAAD, it's one of those other missile systems.
Right here. I got you covered. I got you covered.
Okay.
I got the article. I got it right here.
Down to 25%, which is why initially Trump cut. Right there you go. That's it from The Guardian. Trump initially suspended the transference of weapons to Ukraine, and then a couple of days ago or yesterday removed that restriction because they've run out of missiles.
Yeah.
So part of this is they're fighting on two fronts, neither of which they're winning. They're fighting on the Ukrainian front and losing, getting their hind parts stomped, and they're fighting on the Middle Eastern front, and Israel just got stomped. And irrespective of what's being reported through MSNBC and the others, Israel got stomped. So, but part of the problem is, and I've been asking this question for years, how do you, if you look at the so-called negotiations between Israel and Palestine, as in Hamas, or you look at Israel and Lebanon in Hezbollah, or Israel and Iran, how do you negotiate with somebody whose sworn worldview is your annihilation? Again, genocide. You couldn't negotiate a peaceful resolution to the Jewish problem in Germany with Hitler.
Right.
You can't negotiate that.
Right.
All you can do is eliminate that, as in the United States and actually Russia and the Western powers defeated Germany. You can't negotiate your way through this when my fundamental belief system is based upon your not only annihilation, but extermination. So all they're really trying to do right now is bide time, the same way they did in Ukraine with the Minsk Accords. We're trying to bide time so we can gear up. Well, in the current context, it would be round 2. In the historic context, probably round 17.
Yeah.
Because what are you negotiating?
Oh, you don't want negotiations I don't believe there are negotiations in Palestine.
No, you can't negotiate. So getting back to your question, all that Netanyahu is here talking to Trump. Trump is full in on the objective. The question is, I think they're merely talking strategy. They're clear on the objectives.
Yes.
Remember, Netanyahu told Biden sitting there in the Oval Office, well, Biden said, "I'm a Zionist." His words, not mine. I'm a Zionist. And Netanyahu turned to him with this big glowing smile and said, "Yes, you are." He said, "In fact, you're an Irish Zionist," which, quote unquote, check it, which supports my premise. I've said this many times. Not all Jews are Zionists, and not all Zionists are Jews.
Yes.
And that's not anti-Semitic, that's anti-Zionist. We have to be very clear here on our language.
Yeah, that should be understood. And just to be clear, I don't think there's a division between Trump and Netanyahu in the least. I think they're perfectly on the same page. They want to exterminate or expel all the Palestinians out that region.
Now, their rationales might be a bit different, because all Donald Trump sees in Gaza is beachfront property where he can build condos. And they can, and as the stated, again, folks, their words, not mine. They want to Beirutize Gaza. What does that mean? There was a time when Beirut was considered the Riviera of the Middle East. Beirut is where everybody in the Middle East went to vacation and to enjoy the ocean, and it was a beautiful, beautiful, it was the French Riviera of the Middle East. And so you've heard Trump's son-in-law talking about we want to turn Gaza into a resort property. And that's Trump's game.
Yes.
So their objectives are different. But their mission is that we can't do that if we've got pissed off Palestinians running around throwing grenades at tourists.
Yes.
That's not a place you're going to want to spend your vacation if you have to spend part of your time dodging grenades. And so we got to get these angry people out of here so that we can commence to building. And that's been one of the Clintons' objectives in Haiti, is to build a resort, an exclusive resort in Haiti.
And by the way, Biden's also, if you remember, the reporting had came out that Biden wanted to get rid of the Palestinians, was trying to get Egypt and Jordan to take them. Trump has just been more vocal about it. So it's not like there's been a division in the political system. Both seem to have come to the same conclusion, and it's rational in a weird way. I mean, because the problem is, if you're Israel, okay, what are we going to do with these people? We either got to kill them or expel them. These are our only two options, if indeed we are trying to create this quote unquote greater Israel. And I will want to add one more thing to what your coherent point. They think the same of Iran. Like, meaning when they're sitting there having that conversation,
Iran's in the way.
Iran is in the way.
Iran is in the way.
Their only issue is, how do we get rid of it? And I think Trump was stuck with this thing of, damn, I thought the Israelis was going to be able to overthrow the country. And now that they didn't overthrow it, now what do we do? Which Netanyahu is like, well, I want to attack, which would mean Trump is holding the bag for that attack. Meaning, if there's any vision, it's not about the end goal. It's about how do we accomplish that goal, whereas Netanyahu just wants to stop the U.S. to take.
And Trump's problem, or one of Trump's problems in this, is a political problem. And that's something that, I mean, Netanyahu has political problems of his own and legal problems of his own, as he's facing criminal charges in his own country. Then he's facing war crimes problems on the international stage, which Donald Trump is complicit in.
Yes.
But as Netanyahu and Trump are sitting at that table having dinner, discussing the fate of the region, Donald Trump has to do a calculus that Netanyahu doesn't give a damn about, and that's American politics and a war-weary country. And so how does he explain, how does he continue to spin this? How does he continue to tell the lie? That's Donald Trump's problem.
Yeah.
But folks, do not fall victim to Trump mania. Do not, you're looking at a cut on your finger that's festering and spewing pus, and you think you've got a cut on your finger when really you have gangrene. This is infecting going back to your analogy of the body, that festering sore on your finger, a Band-Aid will not cure. Bactine will not come to your rescue because you have gangrene. When they found that spot on my kidney, they said, Wilmer, you don't have a spot on your kidney. You have cancer. Sticking with your, right?
Yeah.
Houston, we have a problem. And we can you take it out? No, we cannot remove the cancer. We have to remove the kidney. And I know you know something about that.
Well, I didn't know that you had kidney cancer. I'm sorry to hear that.
Mm-hmm. I'm here.
You still here? Yes.
I'm here. Most
They had to
folks
take
that
it out.
haven't aren't. I'm here because we dealt with it early before it metastasized, and B, we solved the problem.
Professor Dr. Wilmer Leon.
And
Thank you
cancer
for-
survivor.
And cancer survivor. Thank you for this, man. I really
Man.
appreciate it. Dr. Wilmer Leon, he's a radio host, political scientist, nationally syndicated columnist, and host of Connecting the Dots and Inside the Issues. You can check out both. When the shows come on? One comes on at 12
No,
every day.
3 to 4 Eastern with Connecting the Dots on YouTube. Laith Maroof is going to be, we're going to continue. See, I'm channeling my inner Jamar Thomas for today. We're going to continue this conversation and the title of today's show, based on a piece that Laith did, is the ceasefire that never was.
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about Netanyahu being here, what they're talking about, why he's here, and one of Laith's pieces, the ceasefire that never was. And then so that's 3 to 4 p.m. today Eastern on YouTube at Connecting the Dots with Dr. Wilmer Leon, and then Saturdays from 11 to 2 Eastern on Sirius XM 126 Inside the Issues.
My man, you have a good one, man. You be safe, okay?
brother.
Thank you, man. Always enjoy talking to Dr. Leon. Let me go to another fantastic guest, my man, Koffi Kouakou. He is African analyst, senior research fellow at the Center for Africa-China Studies in the University of Johannesburg. Welcome to the show, man. How you doing, Koffi? You doing okay today?
I'm doing fine. Good morning to you and to your audience, Jamal.
Well, thank you, man.
Nice
I appreciate
and sunny,
it.
but a bit chilly here in South Africa.
Is it? See, I don't know the temperatures in South Africa. What does it look like when it's in the, I don't know, let's say August in South Africa?
Well, listen, we're in winter now, so it's sort of reversed for you.
Are you?
While you're in summer, because we're in the southern hemisphere, so it flips the opposite.
Interesting.
Yes.
It's been 90 degrees every day in Malaysia. It's been hot every day here. And if I'm not mistaken, even going into like October, November, it's like 80 degrees. It's warm all year. Thank you for joining me, man. I really do appreciate it. You hit me up with this piece where you were pointing out that Russia is helping the Sahel states build nuclear power plants. I am fascinated by that. And the reason why I am, just to explain to the audience, one of the things, and correct me if I'm wrong, Burkina Faso, most of the country didn't even have roads. This was something that Ibrahim Traoré was actually doing, getting roads built and using the people in Burkina Faso to build those roads. And apparently he built more roads in the time frame that he has been in office compared to the entirety of the time like France and many of these other political systems was running the country. And so to add in now nuclear power, that is a big deal. Like that's a huge jump in regards to the economic output, energy output, et cetera. Go into that for me, because I do want to get into a quirk with that I think might be an issue that needs to be resolved. But go into that, just to explain it to the audience.
Well, listen, thanks for bringing that subject, because it's one of the most neglected subjects ever. In fact, I've always said that there are no great nations without effective energy sovereignty. This is a big one. And in fact, it's not just having all these political organizations, the African Union or ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, all these. I mean, there are plenty of them that are running around. But the basic elements of strength and power, because that's what it is. It's about energy, production, control, manufacturing, and also utilization for effective development. That is the core of the debate since what we call the independence of African states. And it is also the fuel for the struggle for independence and sovereignty. And anybody who doesn't understand that is either a fool, an imbecile, or just outright is just dismissing it. But that's the core of it. And African nations have been sort of sidelines about all these debates, debt reduction and all this stuff, but there hasn't been a serious, coherent energy strategy across the continent. There's a lot of talks. I remember as a young man at the World Bank, we're putting this on this. And even during the times of President Obama, there was some kind of energy power Africa, if I think I'm not mistaken, but it never went anywhere. And so power, both figuratively and then literally, are at the heart of this request and call for sovereignty for Africa and for any other nation around the world. And that's one of the reasons when you can manufacture it or produce it well enough, especially for your civilian side of it, but also for your weapon sides, you become a fearsome, not just enemy, but also country that people won't attack and mess around easily. We've seen what's happening in Iran. We've seen what's happened in Iraq. We've seen what's happened in Gaddafi next door here in Libya, and also Syria, a bit of that. So this is, you made a very important point. It's a huge deal for Mali and Burkina Faso with the support and help of Russia. And the Russian, big energy company, Rosatom, is helping to put that together, thanks to President Putin and Ibrahim Traore and Assimi Goïta. And as you know, both of them already been to Russia to sign the deals in March 2025, which means first, build the civilian strength of energy production and consumption. I mean, there are very few African countries, probably one or two, I think only South Africa, have serious, nuclear energy. I know Egypt now has been helped by Russia, but these are the few. And we know, the propaganda has been telling people, no, we don't need nuclear power plants. After the Chernobyl issue way back, and when the Soviet Union was still the Soviet Union. But Russia and China are among the top leaders in energy, nuclear energy today. Well, of course, that includes the United States and some of the European nations, especially France and Britain and so forth. Yeah. But this is, to summarize it, this is at the core of it. And these two nations, Burkina Faso and Mali, and of course, I'm sure Niger is going to also move on because they have the Sahelian state, the alliance of the Sahelian state. So if they can produce enough energy to power their industry for industrial growth, this will be really significant. And you remember, and I'm sure you do, and our audience also does, that every time, most energy companies tend to produce a map of the African continent. This is a large continent, about 30 million square kilometers or so, a little bit over that. And then you can only see few lights in different places in South Africa, a bit in Egypt, somewhere in Morocco, and so forth. So this is a deficiency. There is a huge market for energy generation, not only production, manufacture, control, and then also distributing it so that people can have something to work with. Beside the roads and other infrastructure, energy infrastructure and sovereignty is at the top of the priority of any African country that wants to be sovereign. And this is why this deal with Russia is significant. Of course, we'll discuss the implications.
Yeah. Look, for anybody who questions that, think of America. When Edison got the light bulb, right? And you start seeing lamps light up all these various regions of the country. It's kind of a common sense thing. At least I would think it is. Anything that's built requires energy. It's when they tried to make this argument that Russia was Nigeria with snow, or Russia was a gas station masquerading as a country, or Russia was, and it's like, dude, these are real resources. Your ability to produce energy is a real thing. Yes. When you're producing grain, wheat, energy, etc. Okay, well, if you need to create diapers, that requires energy. If you need to create food, that requires energy. All of these things requires energy. And if you don't have those things at your disposal, it is very difficult for you to be a sovereign country. Look at Europe right now, and the way that Europe took an L with all of those companies and all closing up or leaving Europe because they couldn't get their hands on cheap fuel. That fuel was coming from Russia, when they pissed Russia off, that fuel was no longer available to Europe. So it matters. I guess my point is I'm agreeing with you. It matters greatly in being able to produce your own energy for your own public consumption. The issue, I think, is security. So when Ibrahim Traore went to Moscow in order to visit Putin, he was given a hero's welcome. And this was during the Victory Day parade and celebrations. And the day he got back to Burkina Faso, there was an attack that killed, I think, like 100. You correct me if I'm wrong on the number, but it was a lot of people. I think it was like 100 people.
Somewhere 140 or so, yeah, killed.
Okay, that's what I thought. They were killed in this kind of raid from terrorists. Now, the U.S. has a terrorist factory sitting in Syria right now that they've removed sanctions from, and that they are effectively cultivating a caliphate that I have no doubt will be used to move around the globe to go after whoever they need to go after with their fingerprints supposedly not on it. Is that a concern in this? I mean, security has to be, and as you pointed out, to build your own weapons. So agreed. Like, that doesn't make you a warmonger, that makes you honest and rational. But security has to be an issue. In the Ukraine, these guys are lobbing missiles and bombs at nuclear power plants. Is there any concern that creating nuclear power plants in these regions will come under attacks?
Well, I think it's a genuine concern, but people have made it a misplaced concern. And the reason why I'm saying this, it reminds me of my days as a young man at the World Bank when the internet was coming up. And at all the meetings I'll go with USAID, USID, and even World Bank and IMF executives, they'll say, it's such a complicated thing. It's a difficult thing to put in Africa. They don't have the skills, and people are not educated to make this happen. And I could read, not in just between the line, but right in front of me, and my nose was getting bigger and bigger because I was just getting irritable and angry.
Wait, I did not know that you were. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you finish that. The audience always bitches at me when
go ahead.
But I'm super you've piqued my interest on this, and I do want you to finish your point. You worked at the World Bank. Okay. What were you doing when you were working at the World Bank? You piqued my interest.
I was working in the energy area, especially environmental issues, environmental information systems, satellite issue. How do you use geoinformation technologies to improve agriculture, health, education, everything else, infrastructure? And that was a key for it. And as a young man, I was associated with a team there in the one of the African division, which was called the Africa Technical and Environmental Sustainable, with the acronym of AFTS. I was way back in the early 90s, all the way to early 2000.
And during that, you work with USAID.
Yes, and most of these things. And the comments were, Africans don't have those skills and it will be very complicated. I'm using this analogy because it has a really important connections onto this nuclear issue, and you're bringing the security issue. And as I'm saying, yes, we should be concerned about the security. But for goodness sake, Russia is not going to bring its know-how and technology in Burkina Faso and then create a security disaster, because Russia has already signed up all kinds of peaceful agreement at the UN level, UN national security level. It's a key thing. My concern and then my irritation when it comes to Africa is that there's this feeling that, oh my goodness, these darkies, won't be able to manage this. It's a big security issue. It's beyond their thinking. And that's one of the reasons I said it's misplaced, because that's how they see it. And which is wrong, because we have some of the best technologists and some of the guys are doing some great work. There is very little difference. In fact, some of the top people, if you look at South Africa, in fact, I'm going to talk about something called the Pelindaba Treaty. And but I'll talk about this a little bit later. But this analogy is so important because every time it comes to Africa to organize something that's big, having planes, organizing some serious infrastructure, build cities that are, modern and developed, there's this concern that it's not going to work because Africans won't be able to manage it. The African won't be able to manage it. Why don't we do the same as people in the sort of West Asia, Qatar, and other places, and source in the competencies and the talent. Japan did it. China did it. Why is it so difficult for Africa? And that sort of mentality around it and say, if they won't be able to do it. And I dismiss that, although it's a serious concern, but I think the underlying belief system, the worldview that's sort of putting Africa, that's saying, oh, they're not going to be able to do it, they can't do it, don't take it there. That's what I dismiss. And we're strong and on the left, right? It needs to happen. They need to have those nuclear power plants to service their energy needs, energy sovereignty, and industrial growth. I don't think that will be a problem. Russians, experts and people coming to install it, know their responsibilities in this, and they're not going to play with it. They'll be very serious. And that's why I think President Putin and his team are signing this deal. But what it does is the implications are enormous, because if these countries can develop, in terms of having energy independence, or at least some kind of sovereignty, it can help them to become stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
And Russia is really playing a huge role, and it's going to spread throughout West Africa very soon. And I think, and it's clear the evidence is Western countries don't want that to happen, especially France. Has been booted out, last year or so. And then, of course, the Americans, they don't want to see that. The British don't want to see that. You can't have a great power, a great country, without industry, energy independence.
Industrial power.
And if that is stopped, we have a problem. However, it's not that Mali and Burkina Faso will be building weapons to kill people. You see, this is the extrapolation that we see very quickly. We've seen the same nonsense with Iran. And that Iran's building nuclear. For 30 or 40 years, we've heard this from Prime Minister Netanyahu. But if Iran is building nuclear weapons, the question is, and many people have been asking this question, so what? You have them. Why don't you have other people? Why can't other people have them? Oh, no, they're not good. They don't know how to manage this. So we don't have them because they're going to use it to kill us. That's exactly the notion to debunk. And we know the fundamental necessity, the required necessity for these countries to have some form of energy production. And if they find that nuclear is what they want and they can source that from a very safe country, they'll have it. And I'm sure you've also heard, in fact, I should have sent it to you. China is now developing very small reactors,
Yes.
but powerful, that are now doing extraordinary good work. And
That are
China,
meltdown proof, by the way.
yes, and they came out, in fact, last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they're going to be distributing them across the continent. We need that. One small reactor can feed a city of a little bit more than 500,000 people for a year. I mean, this is huge. And Africa needs these kind of technologies. And that's going to spur the strength and development of Africa. If we don't have that, we're in trouble. But let me come back to close on the Pelindaba Treaty.
Please.
But before the Pelindaba Treaty, in 1964, the Organization for the African Union, which is now the African Union now, became the African Union in 2000, I think, have declared that they want an Africa nuclear-free zone, 1964,
Okay.
at the Cairo. And then they came back again in I think, if I get my numbers right, it was probably in 2009, they adopted another treaty in Cairo. They get a complete free zone, nuclear free zone, especially for weapons. So the safety mechanism is already there, because most African countries have signed that. So they're not going to go into nuclear weapons. But it's a tricky one, because many people have been thinking, I said, wait a minute, this is a trick to bind Africans not to have nuclear weapons. And who in his right mind had them to sign this nonsense, right? So Africans have been really to rethink this. And this was signed off not only by the African Union, but also under the auspices of the UN General Assembly. That is a huge issue. And so that treaty is called the Pelindaba. Pelindaba is a Zulu word that means, end of story or conclusion. It's so apropos. Yeah, interesting. In fact, about 3 weeks ago, I was there. 3 weeks ago, I was there. I was in Pelindaba, not far away from it. There's a very small city there where I go to do some shopping and so forth. It's just extraordinary. So that treaty captures that idea that Africa must be a nuclear weapon-free zone. That's what you have there. So I don't think that what Russia and Mali and Burkina Faso are signing are so security huge concern. And I think people build it up and then worry people so that these kind of technologies don't come to Africa. However, there may be other sources of energy production that we don't know of. We could find them in China, in the United States, or probably in Russia. But at this stage, what Mali and Burkina Faso are saying is, we can't wait for that. We're doing our business with Russia.
Koffi, 2 points. One, it didn't occur to me, quote unquote, these darkies can't do it. That's not where I was coming from with that. Second point, there's nothing else to add to that. From my point of view, Africa, just like any other country, they have people who are talented and capable and can obviously support civilization, especially when they have these technologies and the people are trained on the technologies. There's nothing special or different about Africans or any other country in that regards. People are people, at least from my point of view. And the other front, I guess you brought up something that the U.S., France, especially with a certain level of ire, considering that in their mind they lost various parts of Africa, or various countries in Africa, Sahel states being, I guess, the conglomerate of states that they effectively lost, are not necessarily looking with this idea of we want the best for Africa or we want the best for Sahel states. They want you all to fail. So let's be honest, right? There's a certain amount of ire. They're shaking their fists at the fact that they are losing power in various parts of Africa, and specifically the Sahel states. So yes, of course they want them to fail. And I guess in my mind, terrorists are their instrument of trying to create that failure. Hence the attacks on Burkina Faso after, I don't think it's coincidence at all, when Ibrahim Traore got back into the country. That's all I meant by that. It wasn't that you guys couldn't do it. It was more so about the opposition that you're going to face in trying to do it because of the players that don't want you to succeed in this, and that there's going to have to be a heavy amount of security to make that work and ensure that work. For example, China, right now, in various parts of Pakistan, you have terrorists attacking Chinese workers who are trying to build out
Infrastructure.
Belt and Road. Yeah. And so do we believe that those terrorists are doing that willy-nilly? Or do we believe that those terrorists are bankrolled by certain forces that don't want China to be successful for the Belt and Road? I strongly suggest it's that they don't want them to be successful. To be clear, that's not a reason for Africa to not do it. They should do it. As you pointed out, energy independence is a prerequisite to having a decent society, and to be able to defend yourself as a society, because you need to be able to have an industry to build weapons and those type of things to defend yourself. Third point, the entire point of weapons are to kill people and defense. It's not that you want to use them to kill people. It's more so that if you have opposition, those weapons are needed in order to defend yourself from players that are not necessarily.
It's a deterrence.
It's a deterrence. Yeah, exactly. So I don't take issue with Sahel states building weapons. I would argue they need them, considering the 100 people that just got killed when those terrorists attacked Burkina Faso. I know this sounds brutal, but it's just true. Military is the beating heart of a society, and a country needs to be able to defend itself first and foremost before it can do anything else. So no issue on that front. And I agree with you. The ramifications are awesome. Like, if this is something that gets spread all throughout Africa, then you get Africa as a continent being able to grow, not just materially, but also in the context of its own sovereignty. Like your ability to build things, your ability to feed, the ability to export. It becomes a thriving, growing continent in a way that we haven't seen prior. So no, I thoroughly agree with you.
I mean,
Expand.
one of two things. The first one is to follow up on what you just said. Yes, there's no way out. It's a prerequisite.
Yes.
It's a fundamental necessity for Africans to know how to, understand, the nature of energy. That's what the universe is all about. When Einstein put his theory of relativity, at the heart of it, next to the equal sign, right? Yeah, next to the equal sign, E for energy, M equals E, what's that? C squared, right? And there are people, it's so powerful. In fact, as I was saying to you in one of our conversations, when he sent the letter to, President, I think which president was that?
Yeah, he sent it to FDR.
Yeah, he said, people didn't say that. I mean, the undertone was make sure the niggers were sitting in the Congo, don't monopolize this uranium. Make sure that they don't. I mean, they don't put them in letters, but we know how they're talking. And then so the Congo, the Belgian Congo, CIA, and all these people managed to really capture the reserve in the eastern side of Congo in Katanga. They got some of the highest grade uranium. I think uranium in the table of element is 92. So U-250, 253. I mean, they got all different 54, 43, and so forth. But it is clear that Africa's got plenty of it. Even in Burkina Faso and Mali, they have some uranium that they can use to power their energy and in their industrial growth. I think that's the one thing. And so there are also new sources of energies that are showing up. And China has taken advantage of something that was supposed to be worked on in 1959 in the US, way long time, called trillium. Trillium is another element. I think it's
or is it thorium? Wait, is it thorium or trillium?
Thorium, sorry. How did I get to trillium? Maybe I just invented one.
No, you're fine. I could be wrong.
We talked about it. It's thorium, yes. And thorium is element 90. So it's got the little connection. It's part of the same family of energy, close, not far away from uranium. And in fact, some of its derivative, when it's been processed, turn into uranium. Very interesting. And China is now leading. Last month, when they made the announcement that China will be able to produce it in limited energy for 60,000 years. Of course, everybody sits down and says, this is not possible, right? And we know that the Chinese are breaking down that kind of worldview that is not possible. A lot of things are now being possible. They're creating all sorts of things. I mean, beside uranium, nuclear power plant, if we can get also some kind of thorium-based. I don't know why there's something
60,000 years. Like I'm sitting here like, wait, 60,000 years?
Yes.
That sounds.
Okay. Yeah, I know you and I had this debate when you were at Sputnik that there's no perpetual universe. Energy.
Years thing. That sounds like a perpetual motion machine.
Huge.
Yeah, but go ahead.
In the Gobi Desert where the plants are. I mean, this is enormous for us, for the rest of the world. And the Chinese have a different model. They don't have the capitalist model where you have to make profit and sell it and squeeze the scarcity to make money and so forth.
That's right.
They'll say, in fact, they can change it could be a game changer to change the nature of energy production, utilization, distribution, and then usage around the world to say, okay, African countries, last week China has decided to give you free trade for anything. You can trade with us. We don't have taxes on trade with Africa. I mean, this was a big deal. It's 53 African countries. Only one is not getting this is Eswatini, former Swaziland, because it's still having a relationship with Taiwan, right?
Interesting.
But there, what the Chinese can say is, this is interesting. Why don't we give this extra energy to the African continent as well? Let's find a way to give it to them for free. I mean, this will be a huge game changer. I'm not saying it's going to take place, but this can just shovel everything around in a way that Western countries have never seen it. and it will transform the earth into something else. And this is at the heart of it: energy production, manufacturing, control, distribution, and usage. And very few people are talking about. This is at the core of the debate. Even the conflict between Israel, United States, and Iran, it's about energy, people. And that's a clear thing of it. China is now sucking up is getting a good deal from Iranian oil and gas, So it's about energy, largely. The politics will come after that. But another one we shouldn't also forget is that all of that comes at a cost, a many-level dimension of those costs. The first one, of course, is the implication global politics. The West going to be worried about, oh my goodness, these, nigger countries are getting, some power there. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth.
No, you're fine. Look, if that's how you think, they
we need to stop.
And by the way, I do think they think that. Like,
no, they do.
They have this
It's out there.
imperial. Yeah, they have this imperial point of view. That all of these countries are, even the way they talk in these terms. So you're fine.
So, and as soon as there's a breakdown of that kind of mindset, many of these African countries will start to sort of raise their spine a bit and do other things. Because if you have energy security, you're most likely to start thinking about anything else. You can power your house, you can power your industrial growth and other things. And if we can find partners to help us do that, all the best. And the cost of it will be on our own. Of course, we can use minerals to do a deal swap, bartering, something. You get gold here, you get uranium. And that's what I think Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso and Assimi Goïta, the two military guys, have now realized that we've got to get some bargaining going. We can't be sitting on this wealth, mineral wealth, and sitting down and do nothing with it.
Yes.
And if we use them, so what? These are the wealth that belong to us. And of course, as you know, they've been nationalizing those gold mines because they want to use them as potential resource of revenues to feed into the cost to pay for those kind of nuclear power plants.
That's what I was going to get into for a moment. Africa is one of the richest continents on the planet.
Yeah.
And I think what the Sahel states realized was, okay, we need to control our wealth. And the wealth is material, like it is the resources that we have at our disposal that we can use as wealth in order to generate, and I'm saying dollars.
Remember what I've been saying, and that you should, I'm not putting a trademark on it, but this is something you're going to hear more and more. You'll see, but Koffi talked about this way back, and I said it again. Somebody's going to take it and run with it because I need to write a paper about it. Is what I call the table of element economy. That's it. The table of elements economy. This is going to be the strength of Africa if our leaders can understand that and use it well. In fact, I was telling a couple of friends way back, I said, there's this talk about Africa having all these minerals, but close to all their leaders, if you were to show them a piece of those minerals, they won't be able to identify and say, oh, by the way, this is iridium. This is uranium, this is so and so. They have no clue about the asset they're sitting on.
Well, I guess from my point of view, being able to marshal those things into wealth. And, it's funny, you have US senators who are like, we don't understand why Africa's poor. And it's like, okay, well, you got your wish. They will now be rich, and they will be led by the Sahel states in that direction of using that wealth. Do you think the fact that, especially if these groups of states are successful, that the other states are going to follow? I mean, ECOWAS has to be standing there thinking to themselves, oh my God, what have we lost? Especially moving forward. Like this, I guess what I'm asking is Sahel states going to be this kind of roadmap for the African states? And do you think it would take a push in order to do it? Or do you think they can do it within the context of the governments that they have at their disposal already?
Look, they can do it. They can do it. They've proven that they can do it. Last January the 29th, 2025, they officially left ECOWAS. Economic Community of West African States, created in 1975. This was a huge break. In fact, because of that, ECOWAS leaders are chewing their own tails. And people in the region are now asking themselves, what do we do? We've just lost it. And these countries are big. I mean, Mali is over 1 million square kilometers. Niger is over 1 million kilometers. Burkina Faso is about 320 or so, a little bit less than that. So this is a huge space area. And having lost not just the geographic boundaries, but also the reputation that ECOWAS cannot maintain, the quality of life. There's one great thing that ECOWAS has managed to maintain, the movement of goods and people. That has been a greater success. But of course, ECOWAS is trying to move also to add more taxes. So to answer directly your questions, while ECOWAS is chewing the tails, success breeds success, Jamal. So if these countries and their leaders can be there for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, we're already hearing, I'm sure you've seen the news, that there's rumbling around Togo. It's a small country, but there have been a lot of protests going on saying we want to overthrow the government, we want to join the Sahelian states. And there's also rumors around Ivory Coast and other countries. So it's a growing thing. If as soon as there's a confidence to see that happen, and it's not about military regime or civilian regime with democracy. People are saying, whatever regime or whatever situational government you have, can we feed ourselves well? Can we be secure? Can we have electricity? Can we have water? The bare necessity of what we usually call the Maslow hierarchy of needs, and have decent space for us to act and live like a sovereign state, and not having to have somebody coming from Paris to tell us what we should do, or Washington, or Berlin, or so forth. And I think this is where it's going. So the language is, of course, a little bit confusing: neocolonialism, colonialism, post-colonial, all these nonsense. But at the heart of it, it's the basic reality that Africans want to see changed to their advantage. And they can't wait to see it. And it's going to spread across the continent when it works well.
It's like Napoleon in a weird way, right? It's like there's a democracy fetish that comes out of the West. But if you can't feed yourself, then what does the democracy matter? It's failing on its most basic purpose of a government, right? And so you get somebody to come in, wipes it all away. This is what we're going to do. The public backs him. The public says, hey, this guy seems to be on the up and up. He seems to be doing the right things, and he seems to be working in our interests. And you get that taking place in multiple other states. I guess, I don't know, it's fascinating. It just really is.
And another thing that I wanted to add to you, the sort of supplement to what I was talking about Pelindaba. Remember, please. South Africa was one of the only nuclear power on the continent.
Yes.
Helping Israel. I'm sure you're aware of that. So this was called, there was a term they used, something alliance, I forgot the term, but a nefarious term they used. And South Africa has helped Israel feed its nuclear energy. Now, one of the key element, basic big components to reach the liberation of South Africa was for the Black liberation struggle parties and groups to abandon its nuclear energy program, period.
Yeah.
You see that? So there's a huge implication there that, my goodness, can we, Black people can't have nuclear energies, or other brown people can't have it. We've seen that, but it's not true. But it's a huge issue because it informs the way the rest of the continent has been going. But I think there will be a resurgence very quickly of nuclear energy. But if not, thorium and other sources of energies, we know that solar energy is not quite yet there, although it's powering things, but it's not still very stable and reliable. It's still very costly. Yeah. And then all kinds of technological problems. But at the heart of it, I think if Russia can really consolidate this project in Mali and Burkina Faso to get to power the industrial growth, but also just homes so that people have light and everything else, I think it's a great start.
Koffi, it is fantastic. It really is. Thank you for this. Man, I always appreciate these conversations. I am always fascinated by this stuff. We don't get a huge amount of press about what's taking place on the African continent. So your breakdowns I always find informative, and I always appreciate when you join me. And I think the audience also does too. I mean, we have over 900 people here. So thank you
You're
for this,
welcome,
man.
Jamal.
Koffi Kouakou, African Analyst, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Africa-China Studies at the University of Johannesburg. You be safe, okay? Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, I want to go from one great guest to another great guest. For the first time, we're joined with Dr., and I want to make sure I get this right, Asad, is it Zaman or Zaman?
Zaman.
Zaman, thank you.
Yes.
How are you doing today? And just for the audience to know, Dr. Zaman, he's a vice chancellor at the Pakistan Institute for Development and Economics. I read this paper that you sent me, and I was fascinated by it. And I thought the audience may be, let's say, interested in the point of view. You're not the first person I heard say this, that it's super interesting that money is not included when we're talking about economics, even though it's the beating heart of the way each of us encounters economics on a daily basis. Go into that for me. Why do you make the argument, or why do you say that money is not discussed when we're talking about economics, even though in the most obvious terms, if I go and buy soda, I'm using money to buy that soda? Why is it buried in economic dialogue or discussions?
Yes, the reason I said it is because I'm a professional economist. I studied economics at the top graduate schools in the USA, and I taught at the top 10 universities economics. And in our PhD programs and around the world, we are taught in economics that money does not matter to economics. Basically, there's a theory which says that money is neutral. Another theory which says, mentions the quantity theory of money. And all of these theories say that money does only one thing, and that is that it determines the prices level. So if you double the amount of money in the economy, prices will double, and nothing real will happen, meaning that the real economy. So the example that is often taught to students, that just imagine that every rupee in your pocket is now worth 2 rupees, or that you just get double the amount of money. So there's been a huge change in the amount of money, but what will happen as a result is all of the prices will also double, and then basically everybody will be exactly where they are
when they began.
This is what we are taught, and even in central banks all around the world, this is the theory they operate on. And that, and if you look at the textbook definitions, what is money? Money is a store of value. Money is a means of exchange. Money is a measure of the value of things. All of these things are misleading. I mean, they're all true, but they do not mention the most important fact about money, which is that money is a source of power.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that is missing from the textbooks completely.
Is money neutral?
No, absolutely not. Money is the most important driver of the economy, and that's why economists completely missed the global financial crisis. Not a single person in the entire profession had any idea that this was about to happen. And so that's because they have no role for money in their theory. So when money misbehaves, as it did, and basically that was the source of the crisis, the global financial crisis, and hundreds of monetary crises around the globe keep happening almost continuously. There's a survey by International Monetary Fund which lists about 130 monetary and banking crises over the past 3 decades. So it's a very common thing which happens. But basically, we don't have the theory. I mean, in conventional economic theory, it doesn't have the tools, it doesn't even have the language to understand the connection between money and power.
Your point is that the fact that there's a psychological aspect to money that is not really included in the way that money is taught, meaning they teach money almost in abstract. They don't teach about it in the way it's used in actual matter of fact, physical matter reality. And because they don't teach it that way, they miss some of the psychological effects that come into play when people are using cash. Like for example, the status aspect of money, that it's not just used to buy food, it's also housed as how I view myself, how a society deems itself, let's say by its GDP, how well a society is doing, how that society is viewed. Like all of these things are psychological aspects of money that are not necessarily included in any theory of money in earnest. Is that fair? Is that a proper way to think about it? Or please correct me if I'm getting
Yes,
it wrong.
I think there are two aspects of money which are concealed. One is the impact of money on social relationships, so that has to do with the psychology. But much more important is the connection of money to power, which you didn't even ask about because that's a question which doesn't occur. But basically, you can divide in a modern economy, you can divide people into those who can create money and those who are forced to work for it. And even millionaires, doctors, engineers who are making good money are still laborers in the sense that they have to earn their money, they have to work to earn their money. But the financiers, the very few, the top 1% we call them, or the even top 0.1%, they can create money at will without having to do any work. And these are the people who run the economy, who run the planet, because they can, if they need $1 trillion, they can just print it up or put in some electronic keystrokes and say, okay, here's $1 trillion. So they can do anything they like. So that's one aspect. That's the more important aspect, the power aspect. But it is enabled by the psychological and the social aspect, the idea that we can use money to buy everything, including friends and love, happiness, and anything that we need. That's a concept that's not true, but it's very strongly drilled into all members of a monetary economy. So we're taught to strive for wealth, that the meaning of life, the pursuit of wealth. So that's the psychological. And of course, money is, as in the modern economy, destroys human relationships. So in the sense of the psychological sense, it is basically, it started with the legitimization of interest a few centuries ago in England and Europe.
Usury.
Basically, what is interest? It means that you have excess money, more than you need, and somebody else in the society needs it. So the traditional approach, which views the society as an organic whole where we are all responsible for each other, in such a society, one would say, and that's what the prohibition of interest is about in all religions. It's about helping your fellow when he is in need. If you have a brother and he's in need of money and you have excess, you just give it to him. And of course, you can give it to him as a loan and he will pay it back when he can. And that's the concept of qarz hasana, the human loan, social loan, as you can call it, which is done with the concept that we are all members of the same society. As opposed to this, there is a adversarial loan, which says, I see you are in need and I have something that you need.
Take
So I'll
advantage.
give it to you, provided that can make a profit from this
Yeah.
deal. So basically, the issue is one of exploiting someone who is in need. And that's the nature of the transaction, the monetary transaction. And basically, one of there's a book written by someone who's with the title that it's something like usury, from universal brotherhood to universal otherhood. So it characterizes, the title of the book already characterizes the nature of usury. And it's not just usury. There's a very deep book by Karl Polanyi called The Great Transformation. And he says that the essence of capitalism is that the social relationships between people were displaced by market relationships. So the market became dominant, and we can buy and sell things. And he says that the key to understanding that is the labor market, which is essential for the capitalist society.
Right.
So we are all trained to be human resources, to think of it as natural to sell ourselves for money. See, when you take a job, the spirit of the transaction for a job is that you are paid wages, and then the boss can tell you whatever he wants you to do. It's not as opposed to this in a more humane society. We work. Our work is meaningful, not for money. That is,
Right.
if we work in a bakery, then we take pride in providing goods to the people, providing bread to the people. This is the source of our job satisfaction, that we're doing something that is socially useful. But in a capitalist society, you're taught that earning money is the only source of meaning. And
Right.
so I can't count the number of students who came to me for advice, asking me what they should study so that they could make the most amount of money.
Oh, that's such a good point.
I always try to divert them into saying that, look, it's my experience as in life that if you do things that is significant, that something that interests you, that helps society, this is what also brings a lot of money, because you have deeper motivation to do it. But students don't normally buy this.
I know that's hard. That's hard. Like, because if you're, look, if you're in the U.S. and you have, let's say, $50,000 debt over your head the moment that you get out of school, and your first thought is, I need to get a job. I need to pay for a house. I need to pay for a car. I need to pay for all this stuff. But your point is, it's one thing if I'm doing something that A, I enjoy doing, and B, adds value to a society because it's needed. As you pointed out, bakery, I'm baking bread because people need to eat. Okay, I have a value that's direct in the sense of self-fulfillment and in the sense of society. If I'm building houses, okay, I'm building this person a house. I enjoy doing it. It's a craft, it's skill, and a person gets a house at the end of it. It's another thing if I'm at a bank moving around numbers. Okay. It's like, yes, I'm taking a paycheck. No, I'm not fulfilled. And look, I'm telling you this from software. When I was doing software, I felt the exact same way. It was kind of like, I am building stuff for people that I don't care about. And I am just a hired hand to do it. And there was many a days where it was just kind of like, this job sucks. You're paid well. But there was no, I'm building stuff for people to get rich. There was no, sense of satisfaction in the context of the job. The job I'm doing now, I get a sense of satisfaction from, even though the pay is spotty, if that makes sense. Like, I understand your point. I do understand your point. But is there a way to get around that, societal-wise, especially in a modern economy?
Absolutely, there is. We have been conditioned to think that there is no alternative. And that's one of the most powerful illusions of capitalism. And so it is a long journey because we are deep in the pit. But the first thing to understand is that money does not buy happiness. I mean, this is something which one of my fellow professors at University of Pennsylvania, Richard Easterlin, he started doing studies on this in the 1970s, studying the correlation between money and happiness at the aggregate level, at the national level. And so he found, much to his surprise, that there is no correlation, that countries which are extremely wealthy can have very low levels of life satisfactions, and countries which are very poor can have much higher levels of life satisfaction. And similarly, when you measure it across time, then he says that over the past 100 years, there has been enormous economic growth in many countries. And today, the ordinary man enjoys a standard of living which was belonged to princes and kings 100 years ago. And only they could have such luxury. But the level of happiness has not increased because people basically measure their standard of living by referring to the average around them. And when the average around them rises, then they are unhappy even if they have a lot. And so because of this, we are trapped in a rat race. Everybody is trying to increase wealth. But if everybody doubles their wealth, then nobody is better off because they're all judging. So that's one aspect, why money doesn't buy happiness. But then people turn to the second part, that what does bring happiness? And they found that it is the ancient answers. First of all, you need to have character. Character meaning that you should be able to be patient in the face of adversity. All of us will face troubles, and we should be able to take that well. Also, we should be thankful. One of the greatest aspects of happiness is to be happy with what you have instead of always seeking for more. And that's what happens when you are, and that's one of the things that capitalism teaches you very specifically. Always want more than what you have. That means always be unhappy. We are constantly, because capitalism is all about producing more than is necessary. Capitalism started with the Industrial Revolution. All societies all over the world were self-sufficient, and self-sufficiency was a virtue. That is, have what you want and not to desire more than what you want. This was considered good, but industrialization cannot survive in a society where people are contented, because it produces lots more than people want. So today we are all living very wasteful lives. We buy things we don't want. There was a study that millions of dollars of goods people purchase from the stores and leave unopened, and they go in the package that they were bought into the garbage. The man never even uses it. Psychologically, we are conditioned to think that consumption brings happiness. So when people are very, very unhappy, they go on shopping binges. But so these are not truths. These are things we have been conditioned to believe. But so we need character. We need to be grateful for what we have instead of seeking after what we don't have. And social relationships. Family is the biggest factor in happiness. Today we are taught to sacrifice our family for our careers. People work from, sun up to sundown because they want to earn more money, and they don't have any time to make friends or build social relationships or time for their families. And we are taught to think that that is the way to live, that money is more important than friends and families.
I got into a fight with my ex after I was on my network job, and the job went belly up. It became this thing of like, okay, I need to make cash. I need to be able to balance my expenses. I need to be able to do so forth. And that was the only thing on my mind. Nothing else mattered. Everything mattered less. And I guess you do make the argument that you're trained to do that, but you're trained to do that by real world phenomena. Like it's a balance sheet. I need to
Yes,
pay for my
it's a
house.
powerful illusion, but basically we can learn to live off the grid. We can learn to live without money. That's of course a very far distance from where we are, so that doesn't seem realistic. But if you understand that it is possible, then you can make small moves in that direction. Reduce your lifestyle. Instead, we were taught to search for better and better lifestyles. Instead of that, try to think of the simpler lifestyles. Try to learn how to do with less and make small moves. Don't if you jump off the highway, you will see. Basically, we are rushing down a highway in the wrong direction. So the thing is, you have to make a U-turn. You can't. Although that's what you want to do. You want to go in the other direction. But what first thing do is you slow down and start looking for an exit. And that's how we have to operate. That we examine our life and we look at how we can take 10% out of the race to earn more money and to spend it, and give 10% of time to friends and family and building character and thinking about our soul and our spiritual existence, and spend 90% of the time engaged with capitalism. And we'll be all be and once you and work on increasing that 10% gradually, building and take others with you, because when you can't do this alone, man is a social being, so you can't individually. I mean, this is one of the biggest another illusion of capitalism. The creation of the labor market required this philosophy of individualism, where you are you, and we celebrate who you are, and the search for identity is critical. So I've seen so many movies in which some woman or some man is engaged in a standard normal family life, and then suddenly he says, "Oh, I'm not fulfilled." So what he does is abandons his wife and family and goes off to search for meaning. And so this is and this is celebrated as a great triumph, a wonderful thing. And basically that's what we're being taught, that social relationships are meaningless, and meaning lies within you. But actually meaning is a collective thing. We work together for common goals, and that is what makes it meaningful, because individuals are small, but if we work for large goals and we work together with people, then we can achieve tremendous things. And
but isn't it purely ideological? I mean, like, isn't that purely ideological? Like, there's no point. Ultimately, we make our points. And if we agree that, look, I agree with you that building anything requires a social contract, meaning we have to work together to build big things.
Yes.
Agreed. But an individual doesn't have to believe that. I mean, a person can say, there's no point, there's no objective. I create my own point, I create my own goal. He's not wrong for that. That's not right or wrong, even though it may be detrimental to society, if that makes sense. Or do you disagree with
that? This is what happened. This is basically existentialism, the philosophy of Jean-Paul Sartre and others. He's one of the most famous ones.
Yeah.
And basically, it starts with the denial of God. See, once you say that there is no God, then what is the source of meaning? And the critical philosophy is that meaning, existence precedes essence. That is, we come into being, and then we create meanings. There is no meaning outside of me. So once you take that stance, then there are three different schools of thought which have developed, and normally modern people, and all of this starts with individualism. I am the only source of meaning. There's nothing else. The other people don't matter because, I'm me. When I die, I'll be in my own grave. And so all connections will be lost. And so this is all. So that, first of all, once you say that, then every relationship is superficial. You can't really have significant relationships if you think in this way. But so existentialism says that we can create meaning. So it's a very optimistic approach to life, that maybe I can find meaning in paintings, maybe I can find meaning in playing a good game of tennis, and so on. So that's one thought. But other philosophers in this same line are absurdists, Dadaists. They say that, this is an illusion. This is a comforting illusion to think that we can find meaning, we can create meaning, we can be like God and create meaning. And that's exactly what Sartre says, more or less explicitly, that we are all mini gods and we can create meaning and we can imbue the whole world with meaning, even though it comes out of a random collection of accidents and everything is just randomly flying around. There's no meaning, but we can create meaning. So the Dadaists say that, no, that's nonsense. We cannot create meaning. We have to learn to live without meaning. And so that's also still an absurdist approach. Waiting for Godot is one of the examples. And basically, there is no meaning, but we can live with it. And then there's the third school of thought. I think Albert Camus says that the only significant philosophical question is suicide.
Suicide, right?
So that says that there is no meaning, we cannot create meaning, and we cannot live in a world without meaning. So should we just commit suicide, or should we just live lives of despair and
quiet desperation,
sadness and tragedy?
A person could also say, though, that they find meaning in their kids, in their job. Well, yes, in their job in some cases, but at some point the job is going to end, in their family, in their society, in their political space.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't have to go to this level of should I commit suicide? Because there's no point. I guess I'm saying that same person who can say none of this matters, I choose, can also say I choose my family, my government, my society. I choose to do things that bring joy to other people because since nothing else matters, this is the thing that matters. Like, does it really have to be that level of crisis or existential angst?
You see, individualism says that the only source of pleasure and happiness and well-being and meaning is myself. So it teaches you not to look beyond yourself. So but the thing is that man is the most important of the creation of God. So certainly, if we search for meaning outside ourselves, then we are more likely to be successful, because if we build social relationships, if we try to help people, if we try to serve, this will definitely be a more meaningful life, because now we are serving the creation of God. So there is a saying, hadith in Islam, that all of the creation is the family of God. And so and God loves best those who serve his family. So serving the family of God is a source of meaning, and definitely it gives much more satisfaction than having millions of dollars in your bank.
Yeah.
And we have so many examples and surveys of millionaires whose wives have left them and children have left them, even though they showered them with gifts, and they gave them $1 million cars and islands, but they never gave them the time that they wanted. So the social relationship was not there, and you can't compensate for it by gifts and by money.
By the way, I agree with
social
you.
relationships are definitely a very important source of meaning, and all of these happiness studies and well-being studies say that this is at the center of human happiness. So, but all of that requires going outside of abandoning the individualistic philosophy that we have been taught. That
is it fair to say, though, that the teaching of that individualist philosophy is implicit? Like needing to pay rent is a real thing. And even if you cut the amount that you earn by 10% and you focus on family, you still need to buy food. Like many people are food insecure,
Yes.
which means that the amount that they make is just barely making ends meet. But those people still have that mindset of, I need to earn, I need to do this, I need to do
Yes.
that. Like that
Well,
is
you see,
hard.
we have to differentiate between those people who are living at water level where they're barely afloat, and people who are living comfortably and trying to buy the second car and get into the athletic club and so on. So they have more money than they can use, and they're trying to think of ways of they can use this money to increase their happiness. So they're thinking that.
But just to interrupt you real quick, just to interrupt, they still are taught the same thing. Like those people who are at the athletic club, many of them were at water level at one point. Like meaning they are learning things. Like our society teaches us the same thing, whether you're a billionaire or whether you're not. And I'm saying that is a hard lesson to unlearn, especially when we look at how much we have as a means of security. Like I may get sick in 6 months. Okay, so I need enough money in my bank account to cover me when I get sick. It's not purely just, and look, I'm agreeing with you, by the way, on most of this. I guess I'm saying, though, that future security is kind of built into this argument of increasing one's assets, because you have no idea what's going to happen to you, especially in a society where you can be very
This is
vulnerable.
another illusion of capitalism, that diamonds are a girl's best friend. Typically, in a traditional society, we are all friends of each other.
Yes.
And so if you have 1,000 brothers, you're not worried about the future because someone will take care of you, and we will all be. You see, cancer is a rare disease, attacks only 1 in 100,000 people. And but if you get cancer, then you need a huge amount of money for the treatment.
Right.
So in an individualistic society, you are very, very concerned about the possibility of cancer, and you will get your health insurance and you'll pay a huge amount. So everybody is preparing to spend $1 million in case they get cancer because they have nobody else to rely on. But in a collective society where we're all friends and social relationships are strong, everybody puts by $100 for medical emergency, and the one person who gets cancer, everybody pitches in to help, and so he doesn't need. So in a collective society where we look out for each other, you don't need that much money to get by.
I
But
see.
in an individualistic society, you need a huge amount because you don't have anyone else to turn to when you're in trouble. So you must earn money. So it's a sort of a mutual self-reinforcing trap that once you learn to think of there is no society, we are all individuals and we are all looking only for our own interest, and our relationship is a market relationship. If I give you something, then you will give me something. That's a market relationship, not a social relationship. So we are used to even thinking of our marriages and our children as, in terms of the liabilities, how much does it cost to bring up the children, and what will they end up giving me, and so on.
That's so true. I mean, I was trying to. It is easier for me to pay somebody than to ask somebody for something.
Exactly. That's because we live in a market society. Everything is measured in terms of money, including the value of our own lives. If a man makes a small amount of money, he's not worth much. And if a man makes a huge amount of money, you respect him because he's a
Do
He's
you
the most important, valuable person, and he gets into
do you
the.
foresee that ever switching or changing? Like what would like because you're right, it's very ingrained, and it's from the time you're born to the time you drop dead. That is your reality. Everything is based on cost, even though cost is this kind of intangible thing. And this could be, I guess, the last question. I think you're right about the degradation in regards to the way we see each other, especially in regards to a market economy. Everything is a cost. How we view ourselves is based in cost. Even our relationships with one another is based in cost. It's like this kind of, it infects everything. It affects how we engage with each other. It's hard to see a different world in that. And I guess my thing is, do you see a different world from that? I mean, one last point. If I agree with you, and I agree with you that I was just having a conversation with my earlier guests about this kind of rot in the society and the way it even rots our political system, because you have all of these people who are just effectively bought. Because from their point of view, it's no longer about, okay, we're doing the job of society that is demanded of a democratic order. It becomes, we are paid to do something that is against societal interests, despite the fact that you might have 90% of people who want something different. Will this collapse as a direct result of that capitalistic rot that kind of just infects
Absolutely.
our democratic system?
Yes, that's right. So we have stopped, we have forgotten basically in the textbooks of economics, basically what we're doing, there's a organic conception of society that we are all part of a collective unit. We are all striving together for a common goal. That's what a traditional society is built on. Once you reject God, then it turns out that there's only one way to think of human beings, and that is as an evolved animal, because if there's no God, then that's the only way that we could have come into existence. And then you have this Darwinist notion, which is actually not true. Animals are much better than what the picture shows, where it says that, we live in a jungle of fierce competition, cutthroat competition. If I get the opportunity, I'll slit your throat, and if you get that, you'll slit mine. And so there is no concept of cooperation. And so basically the world we live in is in a jungle, and the law is the survival of the fittest. And this is the conception of society that we are trained to think in. But actually traditional societies are built on cooperation, on generosity, on social responsibility. We take care of each other in times of trouble, and on a bigger purpose of life than just eating and consuming. So we live not for. So these are the two opposing and sort of diametrically opposed conceptions of life. And so if you are trapped in the jungle of fierce competition, then you can't see an alternative. And this is part of the illusion also, that there is no alternative. This is explicitly, but there are alternatives, and the door is open, but we are trained not to look for it and not to walk away from it. We are taught to be afraid of what is out there. If we abandon these capitalistic ideas about what the world is. And so it's psychological, as you said at the beginning. The money is a psychological. We are addicted to money, and we think that money is the solution to all problems, even though we see billionaires who lead miserable lives. And surveys show that more than 50% of the millionaires, when asked, the one question which one would expect them to answer properly, that do you have enough money? And the majority of them say, no, we don't have enough money for our needs.
I need more. It's like, how much do you need? More. Dr. Asad Zaman, thank you for this. This has been enlightening. I swear to God it has. Thank you for this. I really appreciate this conversation.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zaman, he's Vice Chancellor at the Pakistan Institute for Development Economics. I really hope you join me again to have further this conversation. I really appreciated this. Thank you for this.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah, I appreciated that conversation deeply. Let me go to my next guest. We are joined with the man himself, KJ No. KJ No is a political analyst, writer, and teacher specializing in the geopolitics of, I can't say it, specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia Pacific region, contributor to the book Capitalism on a Ventilator, once censored by Amazon. It is now available at iacenter.org. You can also find KJ on Breakthrough News Network at the China Report. Break the News is a fantastic network, and KJ, of course, is awesome. How you doing, my man? You doing okay this morning?
Thank you. Good to be with you.
For some reason, I apparently am losing the ability to speak, but we're going to power through this. We're going to work through this. KJ, there is fascinating news that I have to get your take on. So there is a report. In fact, there were a few reports that's out. Some of them are slightly conflicting, but I believe that you can elucidate which one is more accurate. I'm closing some of these just to get to it. So apparently, from my understanding, a Chinese warship off the coast of Yemen blinded with a laser, of all things, that made it lasers operational energy weapons, a spy plane from Germany that was in some kind of operation on the coast of Yemen. And it damaged it, or at the very least, injured the plane to such a degree that they had to leave. They abandoned the mission. So it was called Operation Aspides, or Aspides, 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 I'll go with that. The aircraft was conducting a reconnaissance around Yemen because, after all, the Yemen Ansarullah has been taking down ships and has basically had an embargo on land, on air and on water for anything going into Israel, because Israel's committing genocide. They've taken it upon themselves to say, we don't want to support the genocide, and we don't want anybody else to support a country that is supporting genocide. So any ship that is going into this region is going to be sunk. And they have even put out video of them sinking ships, which is fascinating. My point is that China, for the first time, has made a laser operational in this kind of setting. And there's so many questions that are raised with China doing this. China hasn't necessarily confirmed or denied that they've done this. Germany has, I guess, brought in the Chinese ambassador, apparently pissed off at the Chinese ambassador and demanding some kind of answer for China doing this. After all, this was in Yemen. This wasn't in Germany waters. This is Germany sticking its nose into something that it has no business doing, supporting a genocide. And China, working on God's side, injured this aircraft. What is the reality of this? What is going on with this? And let's start there, because I want to step into this. I'm trying to understand what China is doing here. Usually China doesn't get involved in stuff like this. I know they've had boats in the region, and I know they've been doing radar assessments and getting intelligence assessments, especially in the context of Iran. What are they doing? They just attacked a German plane.
I think that we don't know the full facts yet. I will point out that the Chinese foreign ministry has said that it is the German narrative is totally inconsistent with the facts known by the Chinese side. In other words, they're saying you're lying.
Just to be clear, KJ, I have zero issue with China doing this. In fact, I applaud them doing this. So if the facts are the way that Germany puts it, bravo, bravo. That's where I'm at, right? So I don't take issue with it, but please.
So let me tell you what I think happened. So there's this project called Aspides, probably more like Project Asperger's, but they went in there and they just didn't know what they were up to. They're using a civilian, it's a civilian plane that they're flying into a war zone. Apparently, it's some kind of, it's operated by a civilian operator, but it had German military crew on it. Right. And the language in the Western press is that China fired a laser and and blinded them, and they had to rush back in case they were going to explode, into flaming, barbecue pits or
Right.
something like that. My guess is that that Chinese ship has been in there for at least a month, probably longer. Okay. Now, if there's a warship, and if you are sending an AWACS type surveillance aircraft, you need to communicate very, very clearly with the ground, ship. Otherwise, you are going to get yourself into a world of trouble, because the Chinese surveillance ship is surveilling the entire electronic spectrum and airspace and everything. And I don't think that it was probably a laser that was fired. Again, we don't know the full fact. It was probably a targeting laser that hit the plane.
Oh, like a warning.
Like a warning. And once you get that, like little laser dot on you, that's when you know it's time to get out of the area, because otherwise, yeah. So I think probably there was some kind of warning that was sent. But the question is, why is Germany in there? What is Germany doing in the Red Sea? What is this project Asbestos? And why are they coming? This is important. Why are they coming within visual distance of a Chinese warship? Okay, that is an incredibly, I think, dangerous thing to do. And so I think there was probably some kind of warning shot. There was a warning message that was sent by the Chinese, and then the Germans turned tail very rapidly, and then they had to get tranquilizers and intense psychotherapy to deal with it. So,
well, they're Germans. I don't know what that means. I'm being horrible. As I point out, even if the Western narrative is exactly what it is, for me, it's bravo. Look, Germany is supporting a genocide. Germany is supporting the shipping lanes that I suppose that operation was taking place, at least by their own narrative, in order to have some level of reconnaissance on issues or things that are taking place around the Red Sea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, Ansarallah was using Chinese company for the targeting that they were doing on various ships. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, and again, I think it's a reasonable supposition, but we don't have, facts around it. So I think it's very, very possible. But
KJ, I don't say this as an indictment. I say it as something that they're doing God's work.
No, I understand absolutely, and I'm just telling you the limits of my understanding. So
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I guess what I'm saying is the Chinese have started, as you say, they move very slowly, but they are moving.
Mm-hmm.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, would that private company work with Ansarallah if the China disagreed with what Ansarallah was doing?
Yes. Certainly the Chinese oppose the genocide. They think that this is a blight on the international system. It's a blight on humanity. They oppose it strongly. Are they doing things that are specifically military to assist the forces of resistance? That's an unknown piece here. But we know that the West is facilitating it. It's prosecuting anybody who speaks out against it. It's literally the message in the West is we're doing a genocide, and anyone who opposes this genocide is breaking the law. I mean, this is literally the singular message that the West is that the West, the Europe, the EU is sending out. It is extraordinary, and I think that inside this context, any counter message that is sent by China or by any other, global South country is salutary. I think it's important that that the EU and NATO understand that they cannot conduct themselves with impunity around the world. So this is, I think, a small shot over the bow, but as you say, I think it's a salutary message.
Yeah, I was fascinated by the story because I don't think I've seen a Chinese warship involved in anything, let alone freaking out a German plane where these guys run back and start, like you said, tranquilizers, because apparently they thought they were going to get shot down. And you're probably right. A laser could also just be a targeting device. It may not necessarily be just a high-powered laser in the way that they talk about it, because they're making it sound like China released this new weapon that attacked an aircraft that blinded the people where they were terrified that they were going to fall off the sky. I think your point sounds more right, that, okay, you're buzzing around the Chinese warship, and the Chinese warship is giving you a heads up of back off. And they back off and then create this hysterical story about it because, oh my God, we're Europeans and we can't believe that somebody told us no.
Right.
That sounds more right.
And I think it's all part of a larger mindset and strategy of creating small incidents, provocations, and then running with them, expanding them, turning them into like huge propaganda, campaigns. Essentially, China is threatening us. China is threatening us all around the world. China is a threat. Well, as I've said before, the only threat that China poses is the threat of a good example, that you can have good governance and that you can lift up your people and without immiserating them and, waging war and destroying societies. I mean, that's the real threat. When the US says China is a threat, or EU says China is a threat, what they really mean is China is uppity. It won't stay in its place. In its, place on the plantation, which is what it was supposed to be. Remember, this Western engagement with China was to make sure that it joined the capitalist plantation and that it remained a tenant farmer on it. China didn't follow the bargain, and it developed itself into a rich and powerful country. Well, that's unacceptable from the standpoint of the plantation owner. And therefore, the threat that China poses is the threat of being uppity, of not subjugating itself to the plantation master.
Just as a hypothetical, I've heard some people make this or put this question, so I'll put this question to you. They would say, why hasn't China gotten more aggressive in pointing out, A, this is a genocide, and to be more, I'll use the term provocative, in pushing back against the genocide as it takes place?
Yeah. Again, I don't have a special insight into the workings or the strategies of the Chinese government, but I can make some, reasonable assumptions. First is that China is helping countries in the way that it's building relations, supporting them economically. For example, the main lifeline for Iran is China. China is buying most of its oil, for example. So that in and of itself is very, very critical. You don't necessarily have to think, why are they not, brawling with each other? Sometimes intervening directly in a brawl is not the best way to, solve the issue. Like if two people get into a fight and you just jump in, that usually doesn't make things better, right? There are multiple different ways to intervene in that type of situation, but getting right into the thick of it is usually not going to be helpful. I think there are multiple different ways that you can, de-escalate a situation without necessarily, getting into, going down to the mat with it. But I do think that it is a profound and deep insult to humanity and also to to international law, and I think the Chinese are very, very concerned about it. They've always come out in support of the Palestinians. They're one of the first people to recognize the Palestinian state. Some European nations have come around to it decades later, but the Chinese have always recognized the Palestinian state. They had an embassy in occupied Palestine. The Palestinians, the PLO, actually had an embassy in Beijing. And yes, and in an earlier period, yes, there was armed support of the PLO. The Chinese actually did support the PLO directly with arms and training, etc. That has transitioned. I think that the Chinese are less about exporting revolution, and they're more about building out a structure of the global South that can resist the complete and total domination of the imperial West. And that is a long and slow process, and I know it's frustrating, but time will tell. As I said, it's a different game the Chinese are playing. They're playing Go, which is to say you build connections. And once you build connections and you have that mass of stones on the board, they cannot be picked off individually. That's the strategy of Go. And of course, in the West, we're used to thinking in chess terms. What's the next best tactical move? How do you, keep your, opponent on the defensive? How do you stay, in your best, tactical position? These are different ways of looking at the global situation. And, time will tell. I mean, the thing that I think is really, really horrifying people all over the world is this constant, atrocious, endless stream of genocidal atrocities. I mean, that is it's so profoundly evil, and I think everybody wants somebody to do something. And China is a big power. Why doesn't China do something? Well, China is doing something, and it's doing what it sees as the best in the situation. But I think the question we really need to ask is, what are we doing? It is our governments, it's the governments in the West that are facilitating this genocide. These are Western contractors, Western arms manufacturers, Western software companies, right? Microsoft and Palantir and all of these are all involved. So I think the better question to ask is, what are we doing to prevent these actors from perpetrating this genocide? How can we take action? How can we speak up rather than saying, oh, somebody else should do something, I'm so upset?
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I asked the question because the question gets asked. And by the way, the same question gets asked of Russia also. But I think at its core of that question is effectively, we've lost control of our government. And that government is gone rogue and is effectively committing a genocide. And we are effectively begging other people.
Lost control over our government. I think it's always behaved that way. It's just become really obvious. It just become, they haven't bothered with the mystification. They're just going ahead. We're going to do it, and you have to deal with it. The strong do what they will. The weak suffer what they must. And they're making just that very, very clear and obvious. But, I think if we had a government that was responsive to the needs of the people, we wouldn't be in any wars, period. We would not be supporting genocide anywhere. But the fact is that we don't have much leverage over our government. We do have a little bit, and that little amount, the little amount, whether it's shaming them, challenging them, whatever it is, that has to be, lifted up as much as possible. And the other thing which is really important, and it touches on what your previous speaker said, is that we're so conditioned to think of ourselves as individuals. And once you think of yourself that way, you are helpless. You cannot take action. It's not simply that your life is meaningless, but it's in some very foundational sense, you are helpless. Politically, certainly, you are helpless if you only think of yourself as an individual. This is why Margaret Thatcher, as she was reforming, doing literally a restructuring of the British social welfare state, she had this mantra. She said, there is no such thing as society. There are only individuals. She said this over and over again. And she also said, there is no alternative, Tina, right? But this ideology of individualism is a way of disempowering people because it makes the possibility of solidarity, which is necessary in order to resist, impossible. Shelley said, they are few, we are many, right?
Yeah.
And so if you have this understanding that, you can build power in solidarity, then you have a way of challenging the war machine. Then you have a way of challenging, the genocidal, imperial project. But if you think of yourself only as an individual, you do not have a chance. And I've said this before, but the ideology of individualism is the ideology of the predator. The predator needs the prey to individuate so that they can be picked off and killed and eaten. And so when we are given this ideology, this indoctrination that we are only individuals, you make it and you fail by yourself, you're born alone, you die alone. Of course, that's ridiculous. Nobody is born by themselves, right? They're either born inside an entire social structure and given birth to by other, by mothers. So this ideology of individualism is the kind of 0 degree of indoctrination that has to be challenged. Once you start breaking that, then you start to see that you have, a vast panoply of other humans, that you can connect with and start to speak up and take action. And that's what needs to happen, not individual acts of heroism, not individual acts of resignation, but humans, people getting together in solidarity, understanding that they are few, we are many, and that we have to speak up and take action together. That's the thing that will make a difference.
You're absolutely right. And you're right that this was something that's been going on for a very long time. They've dispatched with the mystification, as you call it. I mean, if you think back to Ronald Reagan during the Iran-Contra affair, it was a big deal when Ronald Reagan was paying kill squads in South America. And Reagan comes on TV, I'm the Gipper. Buck stops with me. I didn't know anything about it. There you go. And there was a big to-do about the Iran-Contra affair. You had Ali North, meaning the fact that Reagan did that blew the mind of the population because we're supposed to be loving light, and the idea of us paying kill squads and getting money from Iran to do it, it's off the table. When Obama went into Syria, okay, well, that became known. Nobody cared. When Trump said, I'm stealing the oil, that was known. Nobody cared. Meaning these wars have gotten to the point where they've become just kind of an objective truth that we accept, as opposed to this thing that's hidden. It's weird. It's a rot. Like, Dr. Wilmer Leon was talking about in our society, that this stuff has become objective, that we've just kind of accepted. And I guess the highest value of that, or the highest example of that, is genocide that our government is paying 70 to 80% of and supports through and through. And I guess, people screaming, why isn't China, why isn't Russia doing something is a bit rich, considering it's their government that's doing the genocide. It's just, I don't know, it's just wild. Let me ask you this, why is there a Chinese warship in the Red Sea? I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just curious as to why.
From the surface, I would say at the very least what it's doing is it's observing and it's collecting data, signals intelligence, electronic intelligence. And it's watching what the US is doing to undermine or attack Ansar Allah, and also probably what Israel is doing against Iran. So it's collecting data. Now, What is it doing with its data collection? I don't have good information on that, but we know at the very least that thing is set up with multiple radar domes. It's collecting a lot of electronic intelligence.
Do we know the connection between Ansarallah and China currently? Or that's just not known, it's just inferred?
I think it's inferred. I mean, I think traditionally, as I said, during the era of Mao, China was really about supporting third world liberation movements. Like North Korea, go all over Africa, you'll see North Korean, monuments. That's this great connection between the socialist bloc and the rising, third world liberation movements. So we don't know a lot, and I apologize once again. I'm not an insider.
You are fine. I am just fascinated by this. Look, the reason I'm fascinated by this is because under normal circumstances, yes, I am inferring a lot, but I'm inferring that the Warship is not there for no reason, that the information that it's collecting is not there for no reason, and that it's not, let's say, a separate thing that Ansarallah has gotten deadly accurate, and that just so happened to be a Chinese warship there collecting all sorts of data and intelligence of things in the region. I applaud this, by the way. This is because from my point of view, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is China's way of getting involved without getting involved. They're like, okay, we are not going to attack anybody because if we get involved, it's too much of a big move, meaning we can't inject ourselves into the situation in a way that's going to provoke a larger war. Fair enough. Hey guys, you need information. I applaud China for this, so I'm not saying this is a negative. Do you disagree with that? Or I just want to.
Do I disagree with
what I'm saying here? That ultimately the warship is there for reasons, and the reasons that the warship is there is we don't like what is occurring in Israel. We can't get involved directly, but we can give information because information can just flow freely to whoever. Nobody can put our fingerprints on it, but information can flow freely. And if Ansarallah just so happens to get their hands on the information, then God bless them for doing so. We're okay with it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm taking from this. That's why I'm fascinated by the story.
Yeah, I think probably some version of that is happening. Once again, we have to understand, battle as being something much, much more complex than kinetic engagement, right?
Agreed.
There's logistics, there's information, there's tactical data. There are all kinds of things that are happening underneath the surface. And it's a little bit like, the U.S. is spoiling for a war with China. It has calendar dates to trigger a war with China. It's looking for something that is continually, they're looking for a casus belli. They're looking for a reason to start a war, and they're constantly provoking. They've set the theater, and now they're in the provocation stage, and they're waging constant information warfare. The way that I see China doing with these types of things, where they have warships and data collection platforms placed prominently, it's a little bit like when you think a fight is starting, you just put your hands up and you let them know that you're here and that you are not fighting, you are present. And sometimes, I don't know if you've seen this, these are people who know what they're doing. They'll put their hand very gently on your shoulder or on your sternum. And they're not pushing and they're not hitting, but they're listening, right?
Yeah.
They're listening to any movement that you're about to do. And it sends a message. I'm here and I'm listening to you. And I'm very, very present. I think that's the message that's being sent out.
Pursuant to that. The reason why I'm going down this line is because from my point of view, China has been more vocal recently about their interests, whether that's with Russia telling the EU, we're not going to let Russia fall. And I'm paraphrasing because obviously we'll be next. And all of this nonsense about, hey, you should help us against the Russians. It's like, why would we do that? Why would we hurt our own interests? And in Iran, where it seems that China has sold Iran the surface-to-air missiles. Now, these, if I'm not mistaken, were the same ones that Pakistan used to great effect against the Indian Air Force. So you can imagine that these are in high demand, considering they've been battle-tested and proven in combat, in modern combat, no less. And so Iran, thankfully, is not relying entirely purely on their own technology and manufacturing. They're actually getting support from China in this. And that support is not just for the missiles, it's an entire array that goes along with those missiles. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Give me your take on that too, because from my point of view, this is a fusion between China and Iran, where China is recognizing that Iran is one of our key interests, and we need to ensure that Iran survives and is intact.
So a couple of things there. First, China and Iran have had good relations going back millennia. As I said, the Sasanian Empire and the Tang Dynasty in the 600s, had powerful relations. When the Sasanian Empire fell, the royalty fled to China, and then they became high officials in the Chinese court. So this is a relationship, two big empires very close to each other that have never gone to war, but have always supported each other. This goes back, at least 2 millennia. So those relations are strong and enduring. Now, there's a lot of language around, really at this point, it's still speculation, Jamal, but there's speculation that Iran is seeking to acquire J-10s. And as it acquires J-10s, it's probably likely to also acquire PL-15s, which are the air-to-air missiles that were used so effectively by the Pakistani Air Force against the Indian Air Force. Once again, to go over the facts, the Pakistani using J-10s were able to shoot down at least 3 Indian Rafales. And this was possibly one of the largest dogfights or aerial engagements since World War II, 140 jets in the air. And it was also the longest recorded air-to-air kill. It was beyond visual distance, but apparently the Pakistani J-10s fired and knocked down at least 3-4 Indian jets. At least this is what the Indians are acknowledging. And the Pakistanis have said, we could have done much worse. We were just kind of, sending a message, but we could have knocked, much more of them down. And so everybody's chasing, but this sends a very, very powerful message. First, that Pakistan is no walkover, but that Chinese technology is very, very formidable. Before, people said, it's all Chinese junk. They don't know how to do anything. It's all American knockoffs, and it won't do anything. Now they've seen that it really can be effective. It's been battle tested. It's been shown in an actual battle situation to be more superior than the best Western technology. So that's a real wake up. So is Iran acquiring this? It's very possible. We don't have official confirmation yet, but we'll see if it happens. Once it does happen, what it does signal is that China and Iran will be strongly integrated from a military standpoint, because when you get those kinds of weapons, you're not simply buying an individual weapons platform, you're importing an entire defense ecosystem, including, the software, the tactical data networks, the sensors, the, targeting systems, decision systems, etc. It's incredibly complex, incredibly expensive, and it will take a long time to implement. But once it does that, it creates a very strong and often binding relationship between the two countries. So it's sometimes often a precursor to a military alliance, but we are not there yet. Regarding the Chinese, regarding this claim that China said we won't let Russia fall, this was Wang Yi, and Wang Yi would never use those words. And so this was reported by the South China Morning Post, which you have to be very, very careful about. the South China Morning Post was the house organ of the British colonial administration in Hong Kong.
Interesting.
Yes, they had access to all the ministerial meetings. They literally had a journalist there in the ministerial meetings of the British colonial government, and then they would take down and repeat what the British colonial administration wanted, the propaganda that they wanted put out by the colonial government. And so it has this long, infamous history of disinformation, misinformation. So read what you hear in the South China Morning Post with extreme caution. It has been known for telling incredible whoppers. For example, this is they put out an article which is really a $30 trillion libel suit. They were the newspaper which claimed, without any backing, without any proof, that COVID had started in China 2 months before it was discovered. And I contacted the editorial department and I said, do you have any follow-up on this? Do you have any proof? Who is your anonymous source? And they just like clammed up completely, not a single word. But every single lawsuit against China has pointed to that single article. So it's really a $30 trillion libel suit waiting to happen that South China Morning Post is responsible. So they are not a responsible actor. They will throw in some good local flavor articles, and there are some good journalists and some good editorial writers, but they will also mix the fecal matter into the hamburger just to make sure that, this is just adhere to tradition. So this is what they're doing. So what China probably said is that if Russia falls, China will be next. That's probably what Wang Yi said. And that is a reasonable assumption to make. And certainly this is what he would have messaged to Kaja Kallas. And then her aides decided that they wanted to spin it into this thing that, essentially they're setting up a framing that China doesn't want Russia to fall. Implication being that China is supporting Russia in its fight. China is a party to the war. And then you have the follow-up on this. This is Mark Rutte. He's the chief of NATO.
Daddy guy.
And he said, I think it was 1 or 2 days ago, he said that China is preparing for World War III. It's setting us up for World War III because, when China, and pure speculation, pure supposition, when China attacks Taiwan, Xi Jinping is going to call Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, and he's going to say, create a distraction over there while we take Taiwan, and therefore Russia will attack NATO. This is what he said. I mean, Medvedev said that Rutte had eaten too many magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
That to get some details.
Yes. He said, yeah. Medvedev is my favorite Russian at this point. Like the stuff that he says, I think he's the honest voice of what's coming out of Russia, even though Putin is like the velvet glove. Yes, I remember Rutte saying that. I got to be honest with you, I don't really pay much attention to European leaders. There's a British saying, words without swords. Effectively, dude, you have no power. You're vassals. You can say whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. Kallas is beautifully incompetent. She's a very attractive woman, dumb as a box of rocks. And the things that she said.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
She says insane things all the time. There's a steady stream of bullshit that comes out of her that is impressive. It's almost like a X-Man power, like a mutant power for her to just say incompetent things. She is from Estonia, who maybe have 30 people in the military. And yet she says some of the most provocative things you would hear out of any woman or any person anywhere. She is a marvel. And I don't mean in a good way. So I fair enough. I do get your point.
Jamal, it's the grizzly bear fallacy all over again. And, I said 6% of sentient adults in the US believe that they can fight not just a bear, but a grizzly bear. A grizzly bear, which can weigh up to 1,500 pounds, that they can fight it with their bare hands and defeat it, right? And, this question was asked not simply to men. It's not just crazy men. Women also believe this. She's one of these women that believes that they can fight a grizzly bear with.
I think Garland used to call them Nazi princesses. It's like all these lunatics. Annalena Baerbock, another one, very attractive. I don't know what it is. In fact, Kalis looks very closely to my ex, which is always weird when I see her because she says such crazy things that I think to myself, oh my God, how are you this insane? KJ, thank you for this. This is a fantastic breakdown. I am illuminated by your explanation of this. And I'm encouraged by it, believe it or not. Like, I like the fact of China getting more involved. I like the fact that they are aware of their interests. And it seems that they're getting more involved in their interests. One last point, though. And I hate to use this article since you just kind of put a knife in this publication. But South China Morning Post is saying that China is denying giving air defense systems to Iran. Now, I don't know what's true in this. And this could be something that is being buried. Maybe they haven't agreed upon it yet. As you pointed out, this hasn't necessarily been clarified and agreed as a ironclad thing. It's just something that is being reported. Apparently, the source of it was a rumor or something that came out of an Arab network. Who knows?
There's a lot of speculation going on, Jamal.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of good information, a lot of speculation. I think some of it is, it's what people would like to see. So they're projecting what they want. I think some of it may be legitimate analysis. I mean, certainly it looks like Iran does need air defense systems. It needs to revamp its entire air defense system because they were knocked out last year. Israel did this very, very deliberately in order to set up, the attack on Iran. Now, the other thing to remember is that Israel got its rear end whipped. Okay,
Yes, they did.
they thought they could get away with a sucker punch, and they threw the sucker punch, and it landed a glancing blow. And the other person then took them to the ground and administered the hiding of their life. The other thing to remember is that the United States and the UK and all the king's horses and all the king's men brought all the air defense systems that they could bring to bear to quote unquote protect Israel against the retaliation, the wrath of Iran, infuriated Iran, to protect Iran. So, you had SM-3, SM-6, a THAAD, plus, Arrow 2, Arrow 3, plus David's
Dome.
plus Iron Dome, all the system, right? Everything. They brought Patriot batteries out of Japan and Korea to send them to the Middle East to protect against this Iranian volley. And if you listen to, the DOD, they said this was the most intense engagement of our Patriot systems, bar none, in history. And the result of that? They failed. Israel was pummeled, and so much so that they put a blackout on the news. We don't know what the battle damage is, but we know that it's severe. Otherwise, we would be, if it were token, we would see breast beating and talking about, how vicious they are. But because it was so devastating, they've put a complete blackout on it. So we don't know it. All we know is that in Iran, people, when the ceasefire happened, people were celebrating in the streets. You did not see any celebration in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, right? Okay. You know that there was very serious damage. But this also sends the message to the United States that your best defense systems, your THAAD, your Patriot, deployed in the most intensive way possible since the creation of these systems are essentially sieves, that they don't work. And
by the way, Ukraine also.
Yes.
In Ukraine also.
Yes. I mean, look at THAAD. It's $1 billion system. Each one of those interceptors is what, $13 million, and you have six.
Mm-hmm.
6 times 8. I mean, it's a huge system. It's incredibly expensive. There are only 8 of them in the world, and they moved them to the Middle East to protect Israel, and they did not work. And so here's where we see that the defense scam, where for years they were riding the gravy train, putting out these overpriced defense systems. They're like the equivalent of women's purses. These like $10,000, $30,000 purses, right? They're essentially they're just bags holding stuff, right? But they were selling these to the government and making extraordinary claims. They will intercept a thunderbolt from Thor. We will catch the bullet between our teeth, and everybody is perfectly safe. And of course, they didn't work, and so that creates a fundamental change in the strategic calculus, and that, along with Chinese surveillance and electronic intelligence collection in the Middle East, plus other logistical developments, plus other trade and economic developments that happen in the global South, signal that there is some deep and profound changes happening. The only question is, will the U.S. and Kaja Kallas, will they still adhere to the grizzly bear fallacy? Are they still on this suicidal mission to assert global hegemony? That remains to be seen.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, KJ. Unfortunately, the answer is yes. And Netanyahu is in the U.S. trying to fight a grizzly bear as we speak. So
and nominating Donald Trump for the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I nearly spit on my screen. When I saw that. It's just, there's a level of illusion to this. I'm not going to keep you, but there's a level of illusion to this that is breathtaking. The idea that a man who's a war criminal, literal, who's committing a genocide, literal, is nominating the person who's helping him commit that genocide for a peace prize. Again, literally paying for 70 or 80% of everything taking place. It's breathtaking. The idea that he is begging Trump to go back into a war because in their mind, they won the war. Again, breathtaking. Israel got stomped in that. Yes, they were able to murder a lot of people, but if you look at Tel Aviv, if you look at Jerusalem, if you look at Haifa, if you look at the military sites that they are effectively hiding from the world, they got crushed in a way that was so significant that Trump had to throw his body into the fight in order to stop the fight because his client, his proxy, was getting crushed and they were about to run out of money and go belly up because they could not stop the missiles that Iran was effectively firing at Israel. But in their minds, this illusion of, oh, we won, I'm doing great, I'm doing Donald Trump, I should get the peace prize. And one last point, the weapons that you pointed out. I've always asked this question in the United States. How do we know that there's a return on investment for the money that we put into our military? We're a capitalist country. Obviously, if you're spending $1 trillion, that's going to be a heavily leaky bucket. They're not going to be able to ensure that all those systems work in the way that they claim they are. You are taking it on faith. And now that those systems are being challenged in Ukraine, or for that matter, in Israel, we are finding them lacking. KJ, man, you are fantastic. When is the next show that you're doing coming out, by the way?
It just came out yesterday. It's with Carlos Martinez on the China Report, and he is a fantastic commentator. I invite people to go to the Breakthrough News Network, look up the China Report, and you'll see my dialogue with Carlos. And he talks about what it means to have China on the global stage, how that affects the global South, and the ways that in which it gives hope to the rest of the world. We live in a system which is failing. It's literally the Western capitalist system is failing. It's always been failing. And you say that that they live in an illusion. Well, it has always been an illusion. It's always been an illusion, and it has always been genocidal. The empire has always been genocidal. It's gone from one genocide to the other. It's just that this is the first one, which is being live streamed, and so now people are waking up, from that indoctrination. But I think the thing to remember is that when you talk about return on investment, which is a very, very business capitalist term, is of course the return on investment is for the the investor class, for the ruling imperial elite. They make out like bandits every time there's a war. War is good business. Invest your son, invest your children, right? Blood makes the grass grow. This is their mindset. Peter Thiel, he thinks that, and all these other people, they think that they need to control AI so that they can have these AI weapons and AI surveillance that will essentially dominate and control everybody. But most certainly, they will be used in war against China. The thing is, the problem in the West is that everything has been financialized. When I say everything has been financialized, it's that they don't build anything useful anymore. They've actually lost the competencies to do that. They've de-skilled themselves. And when I say build, it's not simply build things industrially. It's that, like, what is the level of coding that's being done? What's the level of, program, that's being done? To a certain extent, it's all a scam. This is why a small group of, I think, largely women in China, from a tiny startup, were able to create a better AI, DeepSeek, than OpenAI. Why? Because OpenAI was simply just throwing money and compute at it. Just if you just make the compute large enough and have enough, trillion parameters, we will get general artificial intelligence. And this small group of, Chinese AI researchers, led by a young woman, they said, no, there's a better way to do this. And you look at the kind of mathematical elegance in the way that they, optimize the algorithms. You can see that there's some real thinking and there's some real engineering going on, and there's some real good math problem solving going on. Whereas in the West, it's just throw money at it. So to a certain extent, it is all fraudulent. I mean, Peter Thiel knows this. When he talks, he's an investor, and he, from time to time, hints that he's investing in these things, but he knows that they won't work. They're all fraudulent. They're all scams. And this is what you get when you have a financialized monopoly capitalist system, is that nobody builds things, nobody can build things, they've de-skilled everything. They just want to create legal and financial traps that exert and claim money from other people. So hence the Pentagon has never passed an audit in its life, right? Never. Trillions of dollars, and they cannot audit the thing. Why? Because it's a big black hole of corruption. If you work outside of the Pentagon, you have to do what's called, you have to do a very, very intensive audit. And anything over, I think, $600,000, you have to have this single audit and show that all your controls are in place and that every single penny is accounted for. Every last, drop of every cube of sugar is accounted for. And on the other hand, the Pentagon has vast trillions of dollars. It's just a big black hole. They can't account for anything. They don't know where it's gone, and it's just essentially unauditable. They put yellow tape around the thing and say, just don't go here. We don't know what's going on. But this is the system. So this is the system that is both accelerating to war at the same time that we know that it is It's filled with, inequity and corruption and inefficiencies, etc. So, what a scary, scary situation. What are they really counting on? They're counting on the use of nukes. That is, their little ace in the pocket. That's the thing which is so dangerous. This is why we have to speak up and see if we can prevent this escalation to war. Eli Ratner, just a few months ago in Foreign Affairs, he said that we need to build an Asian NATO. This is Eli Ratner, Captain Ahab. He was the minder to the Secretary of Defense, making sure that he stayed focused on China, because Lloyd Austin, was really brought in as a kind of a figurehead. It was really Eli Ratner behind the scenes. So this escalation to war is very, very real, at the same time that they know that they are corrupt and crumbling. They know this as well as anybody, because they have their fingers in every little pie. And so then what are they relying on? They're relying on proxies. They want to strong arm proxies into waging the war for them. That is to say, Ukraine, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, etc. Anybody they can twist their arm into, as well as Australia. They want to turn the entire Pacific into a war zone. It's already being staged war. They've been doing this since 2009, 10, 11. I've watched the buildup of bases and the implementation of incredibly, incredibly dangerous weapon system. They've just sent HIMARS to Taiwan. Okay, those HIMARS on Taiwan will be able to attack 20 Chinese cities on the coast along the coast near Taiwan. So incredible escalation, incredible outsourcing, and the building up of proxies for war, and of course the constant insanity, this grizzly bear fallacy, which is backed up. Tiny bit of truth is the idea that they're going to use tactical nukes and possibly strategic nukes as well. So
you realize a U.S. point of view would have been to attack those places before they ever got the weapons.
Yes. Yeah.
I know China thinks differently, but
this is what happens, Jamal. This is what happens. And, to a certain extent, the U.S. wanted to destroy China in, 1940, 1953, 1958, 1961, 1962. It was going to nuke China along with the Soviet Union just for the hell of it. Just because if they got into a war with the Soviet Union, you would get a 2-for-1, right? They would nuke China as well. So these plans have been continuous and constant, and they've always been, ready to take off the shelf and implement. And so we're in this situation as the empire unwinds and the twilight sets. They become more and more desperate. And you have your yapping poodles like Callas and Rutte and everybody else. They are barking and creating the cacophony. And in the meantime, the provocations are happening. China is trying to avoid getting pulled into the provocations, and the escalation to war is very, very real and concrete.
On the positive side, this is prehistory. And if we can make it out of this, all of those racist, imperialist attitudes will be demolished when the empire collapses. We just need to make sure that we don't take the world with it when it does. KJ, thank you for this, man. Really, honestly, you are awesome. KJ No, he's a journalist, political analyst, writer, and teacher specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia-Pacific region, contributor to the book Capitalism on a Ventilator. It was once censored by Amazon, which still blows my mind. It is now available at iacenter.org. You can also find KJ on the Breakthrough News Network under the China Report. Thank you for this, man. You have a fantastic day, KJ.
Thank
Be safe.
You too.
Alrighty. Definitely check KJ out, Breakthrough News Network, China Report. It just came out yesterday. Definitely check out his work. This is just a taste of how good KJ is. I am always deeply appreciative that he joins me. I really am. Jesus Christ. All right, we have some chats. What time is it? All right, yeah, we have some chats. Let's go through these. We have a ton of them today. Thank you. Thank all of you. These shows are often demonetized, so your support helps the show be what it is and helps the show keep going. So thank you for it. Whether it's on chats, whether it's memberships, whether it's buy me a coffee, whether it's PayPal, whatever. You have my deepest appreciation for allowing the show to do what it does, honestly. Alexander G. Hello, Diana Jamal. Thank you, Alexander G. Hello back at you. What is this one? I thought I hit that one. Oh, they're the same one. Okay. Hello, Diane. We appreciate you. Yes, I appreciate Mama Thomas. Infinitely so. Alexander G. Keep honest. Alexander, I do my damnedest. I do my damnedest. Hani, Jamal, your show is very informative and educational. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You have no idea. I deeply appreciate that. Epic discussion with Dr. Leon. I think Dr. Leon is fantastic. And I know when I first brought Dr. Leon onto the show, he was not a fan favorite. He has grown on the audience greatly. And so, damn it, I'm glad that you guys finally agree with me that Dr. Leon is a fantastic guest. The man knows his stuff. He's comical. He's brilliant. I've said that more than one time. And so I am always deeply appreciative that he's willing to come on the show. He is a great, great guest. Sparky, I'm still cracking up at Dr. Wilmer Leon saying it's not a list, it's a book. Well, he is right. It is a book, right? He had a black book. Wandy USA, Jamal, correction. I am a MAGA boomer. Trump continuing the Palestinian genocide was the worst betrayal of MAGA. Thank you. Thank you. I stand corrected. I stand corrected, Wandy. I stand corrected. I think the thing is, you have a lot of MAGA who's okay with that genocide. Whereas with the Epstein list, I don't know any MAGA that's okay with that. I hope you get my point. Like, from MAGA's point of view, Democrats were pedophiles. They were feeding kids to whatever. And they would use the argument that Democrats weren't releasing the list because of the number of Democrats that were on it. Bill Clinton, Dershowitz, but I guess he floats back and forth. Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico. Like, meaning in their minds, Democrats aren't releasing the list. And so when Trump gets in, well, he obviously, because he's against pedophiles, is going to release the list. And you have Alex Jones and all of these other people chest thumping. Well, he's going to release the Epstein list. And then he doesn't release it. And you get them saying, oh my God, why isn't Trump releasing it? I think there's an obvious reason for it. I think there's several obvious reasons. A, his connection with Israeli intelligence. B, Donald Trump is probably on that list considering he was close friends with Epstein. And they don't want that book to come out. And so I call it the greatest betrayal because I don't think they care that much about genocide. I think they're fine with women, children, innocent people dying miserable deaths and doing so and dying in hundreds of thousands. That is the quality to which I think they are. So if you want to say that that's a low opinion of them, that is very true. I have a very low opinion of them. They seem to be okay with supporting a genocide and backing Trump as he backs and pays for a genocide. I think they're monsters. So do I think the greatest betrayal of all time? If I agree with you, the backing a genocide would be that if they took issue with the genocide. I don't think they take issue with the genocide. I could be wrong, Maggie, but I don't think, Wandy, but I don't think they do. But thank God you do. Thank God you do. So I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. You have my deepest appreciation for that, honestly. You renew my faith in reality or in humanity. Pink Rose. So true what Dr. Leon said. Israel needs to be stopped. You can't negotiate with them. Look, as I keep saying, they're monsters. Nobody negotiated with Nazi Germany. They needed to be defeated and ended. And the same thing needs to take place with Israel. Israel has lost any notion of right to exist, if indeed a country has a right to exist anyway. But from the standpoint of statehood, That shit needs to be dissolved. They have lost their right to it. They're committing a genocide. They can't be trusted with nuclear weapons. They need to be nuclearized. They need to not exist. That's why I'm on that Pink Rose. I agree with you. Sparky, Elon's baby son, maybe a good boxing prospect, or I guess UFC nowadays. Well, apparently, according to Elon Musk, his son beat the shit out of him. So yeah. Jamal, do you think the USA is scared that they're showing not to be powerful after all? See, that's the thing about power, right, Pink Rose? And I know I use this phrase, it's a Game of Thrones phrase, but damn it, I love it. Power is a shadow on the wall. And as I keep saying, it's one thing for people to believe how strong you are. Okay, well, that guy's 300 pounds. He looks pretty tough. Maybe I don't want to mess with him. But if that guy's messing with you, you may have to engage. Well, but that also means that he has to pony up, whether that's a 300-pound fat guy or whether that's the United States, who people think they spend $1 trillion on the military, they can kill a lot of people. Okay, yeah, but it's one thing for me to think that. It's another thing for you to have to actualize that. And you force me in a situation where A, you need to pony up and you need to show how strong you actually are. And I need to determine whether I can defend myself against whatever that strength is. Okay, well, what happens when you go against Ansarullah and you need to disengage because you can't get air superiority despite the fact that you have all of these warships in the region? Again, you can kill a lot of people, but again, killing people is a means to an end. If we're playing chess and I'm taking your pieces, that's a means to an end. The goal is not to take pieces. The goal is to checkmate the king. Checkmating the king is dependent upon whatever the objective you've defined as your rationale for the war. Killing people is a means to that end. I'm saying just because you can kill a lot of people doesn't necessarily mean you can win the conflict. The United States, if it brings hundreds of thousands of people into a conflict against Iran, may succeed, but they also may be militarily defeated if Iran has the capability of blowing up every time they try to get close to the area. Now, yes, I don't doubt that you can send a lot of ships in, you can do a lot of bombing raids, but if you really push Iran into a corner and it decides to unleash what it has in its arsenal, where it's existential for Iran, and they decide that they want to take down every boat that you have in the region, every ship that you have, every plane, everything that you have in the region must go. Do you really want to push them to that corner? Meaning, it's called deterrence. Just because they don't have nukes doesn't mean that they can't muster up a certain amount of deterrence, because the U.S. doesn't want 20, 30, 40,000 body bags coming back home to the United States because of a war that they provoke. I'll get my point. It's one thing for you to be able to project power where you're egging on a situation where the other person doesn't necessarily want to get into an existential fight with you. It's another thing if they just believe it. The U.S. is putting countries into positions where the U.S. has to pony up. And one of the things they've had to pony up is in Ukraine, where they lost, pony up in Israel, where they lost, because in both of those objectives, the goal was to destroy or undermine the country to which they were going against. Israel got its nose broken, and Ukraine is getting its back broken. Have you seen the comic book with Batman breaking Bane's, or Bane breaking Batman's? It's that. It's that. It is unclear whether there will even be a Ukraine at the end of this. That's how bad Ukraine is getting taken to the woodshed. And if Europeans are stupid enough to be fed to the Russians, then they will get their back broken also. Full stop. Let's see how stupid Kayla's actually is. Again, beautifully incompetent. Beautifully incompetent. A gorgeous woman, but dumb as a box of rocks. Colin's son, Poppy, super sticker. Thank you, Colin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sparky, ironically, it's actually the Americans who no longer have skills, since the U.S. has long been deindustrialized. So that's KJ's argument, that the U.S. has been de-skilled. You put people in these ridiculous jobs. Many of these are financialized things where it's kind of what the doctor was saying. It's one thing if I do something because there's a use value, and baking bread because people need to eat. It's another thing if I'm writing stupid software just for somebody to make money in a job that I don't really care about and don't give a shit about. Okay, those are different things. One, you're doing something, you're occupying your time with something, so you're focused in doing it, and you get a good social benefit from it because you feel good. You've done something for somebody. I will tell you, when I worked as a software engineer, I didn't give a shit about the job. I didn't give a shit about the company. I didn't even like many of the people that I was working with. I did my job. And for a while, I was good at my job. But there was a disconnect between what you were doing and the value of what you were doing, if that makes sense. It's like, yeah, you make a decent, okay living, but you're building something for a company that you don't ultimately care about. The company is not really serving a value for society per se. In fact, it was the opposite. I remember sitting in a business meeting where they had a product that they wanted to sell that they couldn't sell because nobody wanted it. Like literally, nobody wanted it. And when they tried to put it on the market by itself, nobody bought it. And so in their mind, they say, hey, we have an idea. Let's put it into a product. Let's increase the cost of the product. And let's just do it that way. That way, we can force people to get this item that nobody really wants. And we can charge them for it, and they don't even know that they're really being charged for it. And I was in a meeting saying, whoa, fuck are you doing? It's like, what's wrong with you people? Now, as a capitalist, that's a great idea. As a human being, as somebody who you know, were like, wait a minute, I actually engage in this capitalistic system. I'm a person in this capitalistic system. And I don't want to be in a situation where you're increasing the cost of something, knowing that there's something in it I don't want. And you're knowingly doing this. And I'm like, this is theft. Like, and I was the only one in the meeting pointing this out, right? And my bosses looked at me as like, who the fuck let the socialists in the meeting? He didn't use the F word. I'm using the F word because that was effectively the emphasis that was being put on it when it was said. Who let the socialists in here? The main boss for the company, however, was apparently asleep, not really paying attention, and woke up immediately when I pointed out, this seems really duplicitous. You know full well that nobody wants this product, and you are trying to force this product on them and increasing the cost so you can reap the benefits of something that nobody actually wanted. What is the value of this to the person? Well, it's non-existent because obviously nobody bought it, and yet you're trying to force it on them in this subversive way. Now, another capitalist said, this was good capitalism, good job. But is it a good job? And if I'm working at a company that's doing that, and I'm building software for that company, in order to make that happen, how do I feel as a software engineer doing that? I hope you get my point. Like, it's a thankless job. It's not me doing software for something to the benefit of something else. It's me just doing software for them to make money. I don't know. There's a disconnect in regards to worth associated with the position. Yeah, sometimes doing software is interesting, especially if you're building something that's a challenge. It's kind of like playing chess. It's a puzzle. But after you do it for a while, it becomes like, why am I doing this? What value is this? And I know they would say, well, it doesn't need to have a value. You're doing it because it's a job. Okay, I get that. That doesn't give me value, if that makes sense. Don't light up all of Africa. One of my best memories of Africa was sleeping outside in the desert and looking up at the light, pollution-free sky and seeing heavenly bodies clearly doing their things. Sparky, you're not the only one who likes doing that. Well, I don't know about lying outside. I'm a modern man. I don't even like walking in grass. So fair enough. Looking up at the sky, yes. I like seeing the stars, yes. I hate the light pollution, yes. Agreed. I've lived in the city my entire life, so light pollution is kind of like the norm. But when I get the opportunity, being at South Carolina was one of those places where there was like nothing else there, especially when you were like in the beach area. And so it was just an open sky. Agreed. But they need to power their cities. Sparky. It can't just be like, keep Africa dark because I need to see the sky at night on the random day that I go to Africa. But I do appreciate that, Sparky. I do appreciate it. What's the next one? Alexander G. Trump gave Iran no choice. Trump forced Iran to make nukes. Personally, Sparky, Alexander, I think it is a dereliction of duty that they haven't already made those nukes. They're living in a rough neighborhood. They can see one government after the next get taken down. And when they saw Iraq go down, the first thing they should have said was, we need nukes, we need them now. That liberal woman, God, I need to find that video. That video she is a voice of a revolution. I am enamored by her. I'm enamored by her. I will tell you personally, I think women in hijabs, oh God, I'm a guy. I own it. I think women in hijabs are very elegant. And being in Malaysia, I would even go so far as to say very attractive. It is fascinating to me that she is in Iran without one, hair blowing in the wind, and she is screaming into the camera, we need to build nukes. And that level of passion would have been shown a while back at the government itself. Meaning they radicalize even the liberals in that government to say, we need nukes now. Build the nuke. Love that woman. I don't know her. Love her to death. I love her passion. And she's right. Stop messing around. The 60% enrichment thing, I understand why you're doing it. Either you go all the way or you don't do this. Stop effing around. Meaning they went to 60% enrichment not because they needed 60% enrichment, but because they wanted to make a deal in order to get rid of the sanctions. And they didn't believe they had anything else to make a deal over. The catch is, it was never about nukes. It was about overthrowing your government, which means there was never a way where you can make a deal with the US. The US is full of monsters. Those monsters don't believe you should exist. So the notion that you're trying to make a deal with somebody that believes your existence is a quirk to which they want to extinguish is farcical. You build the nuke, you accept the sanctions, just like Russia had to accept the sanctions, because that is the opposition that you need to take. I don't say this lightly. I say it because it's just true. There is no way to make a deal with monsters. There's not. And the sooner you accept that you're dealing with monsters and you're trying to find a way to work around it, however you need to work around it, Russia had to work around it too. It's not that it was fair, it's just, it was necessary. I'm saying you build the nuke for your own national security. You build a military, a proper conventional military for your own national security. You build air defense in order to keep your people safe. And I understand there's sanctions and all of this other stuff. So I'm not saying this stuff lightly, nor am I saying this stuff can be done overnight. I'm just saying there seems to be a practical reality that you're just stuck with. You have the unfortunate disposition in being in the way of an empire. And either you acquiesce to that empire or you don't. Russia told it to F off. China is telling it to F off. Those are more powerful nations. That is true. But I'm saying that if Iran wants to maintain its sovereignty, it is stuck with telling it to also F off and to batten down the hatches and to defend itself by any means necessary. If that means using your technical acumen to get a nuke, then you do that. Then you do that. That liberal woman who's very attractive, very angry, very passionate, who's screaming about nukes, is just so happened to be correct. Build your nukes. Build your nukes. Defend yourself. It's the first priority of state. Gifted to Jamal Thomas Alexander G 5 memberships. Well, thank you, Alexander. Sparky. Trade was once mostly barter. I don't know about the Sparky. Something of value for you, something of value for me. Money should facilitate trade, not necessarily gold in and of itself, especially fiat currency. I know, Sparky. For one, the barter thing, which I don't think is true. Farber's book. Is it Farber? It's an Israeli guy who wrote the book on this. Can't think of the name of the book. But when looking back in time, they didn't see that barter stuff. I know that like capitalists like to make that argument, right? I could be wrong. It's so vague to me. But agreed on the second point. But I don't know how you do that. Like, you almost need a cultural component, an ideological component to it. Like for example, in Star Trek, they don't know that they're ideological because for them it's fish and water. It takes the mirror universe, I forget the woman's name, to come over, Georgia, I believe, for her to be like, you people are in a cult. Why? Because from her point of view, you guys are nuts. You guys are flying around the universe trying to be good guys, and you're willing to put your lives on the line to be good guys. Well, that's purely an ideological point of view. And this, I'm saying, the same thing would have to be true to have a capitalistic society where money doesn't become an object, because every incentive in the world is for it to become an end unto itself, as opposed to just use it. Meaning, if my life depends on the amount of money that I can get and my the ease of which I float through life and through society is dependent upon how much money I can earn by hook or by crook, then every incentive in the world is for me to have enough to live. And when people look at you and their life is also set up around this idea of, okay, I need a certain amount of money to make ends meet, and the amount of money I have allows more latitude and more freedom in a society to which I operate, then obviously other people are also going to know and judge on some level what is the person's level of latitude in society. And if you're a guy and you think to yourself, I need to be able to take a woman on vacation, I need to be able to have a nice home, I need to be able to provide for kids, and the woman thinks to herself, well, I need a man who can provide for kids, and I need, meaning everything, every incentive in the world based on our society is going to make money not just something that you need for use value, it is also going to make it a certain status piece. I get your point. I guess I don't know how to do that short of some kind of strong ideological thing in society. But we have a capitalist society that eats away and rots the governmental structure. And so there is no ideological framing that allows that to take place. I hope you get my point, Sparky. I hope I'm making sense. But you're right. I do agree with you. It should be a use value, not something as a status piece. Sparky, go China, fight the power. Yeah, I was enamored by China on that, because I do think China is giving information over to Ansarullah, and fucking yeah, if they are. Alexander G, fight the power indeed. Sparky, maybe it wasn't a laser, could have been a phaser. Where Germany ran back screaming and crying that, oh my God, they hit her with a laser. And from my point of view, I'm like, go China, go China. If that is indeed what took place, go China. I see no issue with it. I have zero issue with it at all. If Germany needs to take a lesson from that China's not effing around, God bless China. God bless them. Stop being pushovers. Black Spock, thank you for the Koffi interview. Koffi is fantastic, ain't he? Koffi is fantastic. Alexander G, Norwegian is cold as hell, but okay in the summer. I've been to Norway in the wintertime, and you're absolutely right. I don't think I've ever been colder in my life. Maybe in Poland. Poland was like negative 20 degrees, or some insane number. And the guy was like, yeah, this is a decent day. It's usually worse in the winter. But you know what? I'm a better person when I travel. I know I keep saying that, I'm a better person. When I was in Poland, I remember it being several feet of snow every day. I was freezing in that location that I was staying in. I was in Warsaw at the time. And anywhere that you had to go, you had to walk in order to get to either a taxi or walk to get to like a subway or walk to get to the train. And it was winter. And I remember I was in like an arts lounge or studio or something. It was huge space. It was a freezing space because they didn't have any kind of heat or anything like that. So they had like a little heater. When you went to lay down, you had to kind of cuddle into a corner. And yet it didn't stop you every day from walking out into the snow, trouncing several blocks to get to the subway in order to get from point A to point B. You still did it. I said, better person. If I was in the States, I'd heat my car, get into my car, drive to where I'm going, get out the car, get back into the car, go back. Like, it's different, right? It's just a different life. And it's a better life. I don't say better life in the sense of, look, I don't know how everybody else reacts to it. I know for me, I fold myself into wherever I am. And if that means not having stuff, then I just don't have it. I'm okay with not having it. If it means you're walking more, if it means you are engaged in more physical exercise, then so be it. It's just kind of built into it and I accept it. I don't function that way in the US. I eat worse. I eat more. I smoke more pot, like that. I spend more. It's just I'm the worst person in the States. When I was having a conversation with the doctor, I kept thinking to myself, you know, when the network job went belly up, everything else went belly up too. I was flying in the wind. Didn't have anything. Got rid of the car. No longer had the apartment. I didn't sell. I trashed my entire living space for the last 5 years. I effectively only had what I had in my suitcase. My cousin was like, he's like, cuz, I don't know how you can live like that. Now, to be bluntly honest with you, when I worked at the radio station, I love that job. I love that job. Anybody can complain about anything. Sputnik allowed you, for the most part, to be very free and give your own takes. It wasn't typically imposed above you. The only time that happened was during October 7th. And I think that's when I started to sour on the radio station. Because, look, I'm fine as long as you let me speak my piece. But don't give me shit about something that I'm right about. And if you do give me shit about something that I'm right about, I'm going to sour immediately on it, which is when I started thinking about leaving the radio station. Being bluntly honest, fuck it. People were getting fired left and right on other networks, especially when they were being honest actors and just kind of saying, look, this is what's taking place right now. They're committing a genocide. They're murdering all of these people, et cetera, et cetera. And I was right. I was infinitely, radically right. And the people who were against me were wrong. They were completely and radically wrong. And at that point, I cleaned up my desk and was like, all right, I would imagine I'm going to be fired over this. But it became a moot point because they shut the radio station down anyway. During the time frame, though, I still got into that mindset of, what is the point of all of this? And not of the radio station, I guess it's kind of what the doctor was saying, this kind of existential angst of, I don't know, things just seem pointless. During the time where I was doing my show and I had switched from software, life is, I don't say more fickle, that's not the word for it. You are, what's the word I'm looking for? Life is more of a risk. Like, you don't have the security of a job, security of a paycheck, all those things for the most part you're doing on your own. You're doing shows constantly. And then when you get to the radio station, it's like, hey, I like this. This is nice. I'm able to do what I want to do. I'm able to say what I want to say, and I'm paid decently for it. But that also brings comfort. And it brings comfort in a way that, ironically, I don't know, made you less happy. It's strange. It's very bizarre. When the Ukraine war took place, all of that went away, and there was this issue of purpose. Because at that point, it's like, this is outrageous. All of these people are dying. Like, war brought a certain amount of excitement and purpose in a way that might not was there prior. But then the war goes on for years. And then it's like, all right, I've said everything I need to say. This is still outrageous. But then when the network goes belly up, everything becomes exciting. But excitement by definition is risk. You are on a tightrope. There is nothing under you. You have medical issues that creates vulnerabilities, while simultaneously you need to maintain and build the life. I don't know. It's strange. I guess my point is, there was value added at the point we start doing the show again. And even though there was excitement added into it because there was always risk in doing a show, because you have no idea. People can not watch. People might not show up. People may not donate. Your channel could die. You may get into a fight with somebody on air that you lose, and lose in a way that's detrimental to the channel. Like, all that stuff are threats, especially when you're doing your own show. But you also have this kind of value exchange of you direct it. Like, you're saying what you want to say. You get across how you want to feel about it. If you need to curse, you need to curse. If somebody doesn't like it, they don't like it. Your show is your show. Full stop. And I understand you're under this kind of overarching thing of Google that can kill your show at any moment. But again, that's one of the risks that you take on. I don't know. It's weird. Existential angst, fair enough. But you can find value in all sorts of things. I find value in my job. Hence, isolation, work, and I'm perfectly content. China and Russia have chosen to maintain trade and diplomatic relations with Israel. I know, Laugh 66, I know. They could stop anytime, therefore they are enablers. Laugh 66, I know, I get it. I do get it. I agree with you. I agree. Elena S. Hello, Jamal. Love what you do. Hi from Cyprus. Thank you, Elena S. I am curious. The guy in Cyprus said Israelis are trying to take over Cyprus. They're trying to turn it into Palestine. Is that true? That's the funniest thing in the world to me. He's like, oh my God, the Israelis are invading. They're trying to take us over again. We've seen this before in Palestine. Alexander G. No way is 60% uranium. Do you? I did not know that. We don't have a nuclear weapons program. 6% is allowed under the NPT for a reason. It has medicinal uses. Alexander G. Look, I'm not. I don't doubt that. Nor do I take issue with Iran enriching to 6%. From my point of view, they could build a nuke. I have zero issue with it. They're a sovereign state. They can do whatever they want. And you're absolutely right. They haven't broken any rules. They've violated nothing. The 6% is still under civilian program. Agreed. I agree with everything that you just said. I'm just pointing out that they didn't do 60% because they needed it. They did 60% because they wanted to make a deal, in which case they were perfectly willing to go back to the JCPOA, which was 3.6%, which, again, I cringe at because they're a sovereign state. They can do whatever they want. This notion that the U.S. is coming in, okay, F off. But the U.S. has passed sanctions, and Iran wanted to get rid of the sanctions, so they were willing to make deals around it. If you remember, Faragachi, I believe, the Iranian foreign minister, initially was agreeing with 3.6%. So obviously 60% wasn't a sticking point. The 6% was purely there to negotiate and bargain with, which is the reason why they say we are only negotiating on our nuclear program. No more, no less. We will continue to enrich, but we will negotiate on the amount of enrichment. So Alexander G, I don't doubt everything you say. Everything you say is true. I'm just pointing out that Iran's reason for the 60% seemed more to do with negotiations, not because they needed the 60%. They might have used that as an excuse, but they were perfectly willing to drop to 3%. So, agreed. I don't believe for a moment they should have even done that. I don't even believe they should have been negotiating because the negotiations were a farce. But I accept your point. If we are talking about the amount of enrichment and all of that stuff, agreed. But keep in mind, enrichment was purely a stalking horse in order to overthrow the government. They didn't care about nukes. What they cared about was making Iran weak and making it a failed state, which is what Reuters is saying in the open, in the article that I showed earlier. Todd Williams, the Israel war is casting Iran a lot of money, or it's costing Iran a lot of money, yes. Could Iran win the war, take Israel, and give the Palestinians the land back? I don't think they're doing that, Todd Williams. I mean, this may be cynical, but as a rule, states only act in their own interests, which is the reason why they can allow genocide to take place in the first place. Iran didn't get involved until Iran was attacked. And even in the attacks, it wasn't like they used it as an opportunity to overwhelmingly destroy Israel in Gaza. They were specific to the targets that they were going after. It seems that the attacks did, let's say, help the Palestinians in some way because the Israeli death toll seems to be going up in Gaza. But they didn't take an expressed, overwhelming interest in saying, we're going to keep this war going until Israel abandons its genocidal rampage. They didn't do that. They went up to the point where their interest was served, and they stopped when it wasn't. It's cynical, but it is true. Why do you think Russia and China continue to have relations with Israel? It's in their interest to do so, in the way they defined it. It's not about genocide. It's not about ethics. It's not about what's right and wrong. It's not about international law, because as I keep pointing out, international law doesn't exist. It's about what's in the state's interest, or what they define to be in their interest. Sparky, even in my parents' day, there wasn't a lot of money circulating. Dad traded a bicycle for a Model T. What? When Dad was 10, because the kid with the Model T's parents thought a bike was safe for form. Are you serious? Are you serious? Sparky, I think you're pulling my leg. There's no way. There is no way. Like I would tell you my rule, and my mom, I guess this was hers. I want enough money to do what I want to do. Beyond that, and what I mean by that is I need to pay rent, whatever that means. I need to pay for transportation. I need to pay for healthcare. If I want to take a vacation, I want to be able to do it. Meaning I want financial latitude to do things in life where I'm a fish in water. The moment that I find a rim, that means I don't have enough. That's not an infinite supply of money. That's not even more. That's just enough to make ends meet. I want to be secure. I think anybody wants to be secure. I think the problem with our society is that you never know if you have enough to be secure, especially if you're just a typical worker. And usually you're probably not secure, because if you get sick, if you injure yourself, if you lose your job, well, all of that security goes out the window, meaning you're always fiscally at risk for something, which means you need to work to get more. But Sparky, I do get it. I just can't believe I'm shocked by the Model T thing. I'm shocked by it. All right. Thank all of you. Thank all of you. That is a lot of chats to go through. That is a good problem to have. And I appreciate all of you for donating. And I think somebody just gave one more. Sparky, no BS. Dad was 10 in 1937. So it was a pretty old Model T. Wow. Just wow. That is impressive, Sparky. That is impressive. 1937. 1937. That's before the war. That's during the time when the war was starting, 1939. Thank all of you. Honestly, I deeply appreciate it. You guys, like I said, you help the show, help makes the show what it is. I'm going to say like, I'm going to say share, I'm going to say subscribe, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. By the way, John Kiriakou is going to be on Friday. In fact, let me check one thing. Does Patrick say yes? Did Patrick say yes? Damn. Damn. What is 5 p.m. UK time? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm trying to get Patrick Henningsen. 5 p.m. UK. But there's 6 hours. Shit, these time zones are kick my ass. So it's what, 5 hours in ET. So that's 12 p.m. Which means that's 12 a.m. my time, which doesn't work. Okay, I'll see if I can get Patrick on Thursday. Patrick, what about Thursday? All right, we'll see. Either way, he seems open to coming on, so Patrick is always a damn good guest. I have to rotate my guests in a particular way because I don't want to overuse them. Thanks for the testimonial, much appreciated. God, Father of Cinema, testimonial. Oh, the radio. You must understand. I started on YouTube, and the show is named Jamal Thomas. So I am usually transparent with what's going on. It was nothing for me to talk to my audience. And that was a skill in radio I had to pull back on, even though I never got good at pulling back on it, because for me, it's just my audience. The show's named Jamal Thomas. It just kind of is what it is. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. I am going to call this quits. I'm going to say thank you, all of you. I'm going to say like, I'm going to say share, I'm going to say subscribe. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Be kind, be safe, or at the very least be kind to the degree that you can be kind.